Today, I've prepared the biography of Alexander the Great. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your comfortable position, allow your body to relax completely. Feel the weight of your day gently lifting away as we journey back through time to ancient Macedonia, where a young prince who would change the course of history was born. The soft whispers of ancient civilizations will carry you into peaceful dreams as we explore the remarkable life of Alexander, whose conquests stretched across 3 continents. Let his story wash over you like gentle waves, carrying you deeper into tranquility with each breath. Your eyelids may grow heavy as we walk through the distant lands of Greece, Egypt, and Persia, following the footsteps of a legend born over 2,000 years ago in the gentle glow of ancient times. Nestled within the rolling landscapes of Macedonia, a child was born who would one day be known to the world as Alexander the Great. Let us drift back together through the mists of time to the summer of 356 BCE, when in the city of Pella, Queen Olympias brought forth a son to King Philip II of Macedon. This child, with eyes that seemed to contain both curiosity and determination, even in infancy, entered our world amid whispers of destiny and fortune. The night of Alexander's birth, it is said, coincided with the burning of the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Some would later interpret this as an omen, suggesting that a force powerful enough to reshape the world had arrived just as another wonder fell. Such poetic connections often embellish the stories of great figures, wrapping their beginnings in the soft cloth of myth and wonder. Young Alexander's childhood unfolded within the stone walls and verdant gardens of the Macedonian royal palace. Picture, if you will, the gentle Macedonian breeze carrying the scent of olive groves and distant seas through open windows, while the sounds of court life muted conversations, the occasional burst of laughter, the soft padding of servants' feet on marble floors, created the backdrop to his earliest memories. His mother, Olympias, was a princess of Epirus, a mountainous region to the west of Macedonia. She was a woman of fierce intelligence and stronger will, devoted to mystical religious practices, and possessing an unwavering belief in her son's extraordinary destiny. In quiet evenings, she would whisper to young Alexander tales of his supposed divine ancestry, tracing his lineage back to the great hero Achilles on her side, and to Heracles through his father's bloodline. Imagine the child Alexander, wrapped in soft blankets as the night deepened around him, his mother's melodious voice painting images of heroes and gods, of battles won and kingdoms claimed, planting the earliest seeds of ambition in his fertile mind. King Philip, Alexander's father, was often away from the palace, engaged in the expansion and strengthening of Macedonia through military campaigns and diplomatic missions. When present, He was a figure of authority and accomplishment, a king who had transformed Macedonia from a fragmented, vulnerable region into an emerging power in the Greek world. Philip was a practical man, a visionary ruler who understood both the art of warfare and the delicate balance of politics. From a distance, Alexander observed his father's methods, absorbing lessons in leadership long before formal instruction began. The Macedonia of Alexander's childhood was a land in transition. Unlike the sophisticated city-states of southern Greece, with their philosophical schools and marble monuments, Macedonia had long been considered somewhat peripheral to Greek civilization. A rugged frontier land populated by hardy people who maintained traditions different from those of Athens or Sparta. The Macedonian nobility lived closer to their agricultural and hunting roots, valuing physical prowess and martial skills, alongside the emerging appreciation for Greek culture that Philip was introducing to his court as the soft light of childhood began to give way to the golden hues of youth. Alexander's formal education commenced under the guidance of tutors selected with great care. Local teachers instructed him in the fundamentals of reading, writing, and mathematics, their patient voices guiding him through the careful formation of Greek letters and the balanced equations of early numerical concepts. Music lessons would have filled some afternoons, the gentle notes of the lyre blending with the natural sounds of birds in the palace gardens, teaching the young prince harmony and rhythm. When Alexander reached the age of 13, a significant change came to his education. King Philip, recognizing both his son's exceptional intelligence and the importance of providing him with the finest possible mentorship, arranged for Aristotle, one of the most brilliant minds of the ancient world, to become Alexander's personal tutor. Imagine the anticipation the young prince must have felt upon learning that this renowned philosopher would be coming to guide his intellectual development. In the tranquil setting of Mieza, a temple sanctuary not far from Pella, Aristotle established what we might consider a small, exclusive academy for Alexander and the sons of other Macedonian nobles who would one day serve as his companions and generals. Here, amid the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of nearby streams, Alexander's mind was opened to the vast realms of knowledge that Aristotle commanded. Under the philosopher's thoughtful guidance, Alexander explored the works of Homer, particularly the Iliad, which captured his imagination with its tales of heroism and honor. The story of Achilles, believed to be his ancestor, resonated deeply with the young prince. He would often sleep with a copy of the Iliad beneath his pillow, allowing the ancient verses to infuse his dreams with images of glory and noble deeds. Aristotle's teachings extended far beyond literature. The philosopher shared his extensive knowledge of ethics, politics, and the natural sciences. Alexander learned of plants and animals, of the movement of celestial bodies, of the diverse customs of peoples from distant lands, Aristotle's approach to learning emphasized observation and categorization, instilling in his pupil a methodical approach to understanding the world that would later serve him well as he encountered new cultures and territories. The relationship between teacher and student was one of mutual respect and genuine affection. Aristotle saw in Alexander a mind capable of appreciating the subtleties of philosophy and the complexities of the natural world. Alexander, in turn, found in Aristotle a guide who could help him make sense of the universe in all its wonder and diversity. This intellectual bond would endure even after their formal educational relationship concluded, with correspondence flowing between them during Alexander's later campaigns. While his mind was being shaped by Aristotle, Alexander's body was being trained for the physical demands of leadership in a society that valued martial prowess. The Macedonian tradition placed great emphasis on hunting, riding, and combat skills. Young noblemen were expected to demonstrate courage and capability in these domains from an early age. Alexander embraced these physical challenges with the same enthusiasm he showed for intellectual pursuits. Riding lessons began early, and Alexander developed an exceptional affinity for horsemanship. The most famous story of his youth involves his taming of Bucephalus, a magnificent but supposedly untamable horse. When Alexander was approximately 12 years old, a horse trader brought Bucephalus to King Philip's court. The animal was beautiful but wild, refusing to allow anyone to mount him. After watching several failed attempts by adults to control the horse, Alexander noticed that Bucephalus seemed frightened by his own shadow. With a wisdom beyond his years, he turned the horse toward the sun so that its shadow fell behind it, spoke soothingly to the animal, and then smoothly mounted and rode it. This tender moment between father and son revealed Philip's recognition of something extraordinary in his heir, a glimpse of the greatness that was beginning to emerge. As Alexander moved through adolescence, his father increasingly involved him in matters of state and military affairs. At 16, Alexander was entrusted with the regency of Macedonia, while Philip was away on campaign. This early responsibility allowed him to experience the weight of leadership, to understand the delicate balance required to maintain order and inspire loyalty. During this regency, he led a successful military expedition against a rebellious Thracian tribe, founding his first city, Alexandropolis, a small but significant indication of the city founding that would become a hallmark of his later conquests. The relationship between Alexander and his father was complex, colored by mutual respect, but also by the inevitable tensions that arise between a powerful king and his gifted heir. Philip recognized his son's exceptional qualities, but was also mindful of the need to assert his own authority. Alexander admired his father's achievements, but was eager to prove himself as a leader in his own right. These natural tensions were exacerbated by the difficulties between Philip and Olympias. As Alexander matured, he witnessed the deterioration of his parents' relationship. Philip, following the common practice of polygamous marriage for diplomatic purposes, took several wives beyond Olympia's. While these were political arrangements, they nonetheless created strain within the royal household. Olympia's, proud and protective of her position and her son's inheritance, made little effort to conceal her displeasure. The most significant challenge to Alexander's position came when Philip married Cleopatra, not the famous Egyptian queen, but a Macedonian noblewoman, the niece of one of his generals. Unlike his previous marriages, this union seemed to have a more personal dimension. And at the wedding feast, Cleopatra's uncle made a toast expressing hope that the marriage would produce a legitimate heir to the throne, an implied slight against Alexander and his Epirote mother. Angered by this insult, Alexander reportedly threw his drinking cup at the man and shouted, "What about me?" When Philip rose and drew his sword against his son, he was too intoxicated to keep his balance and fell. Following this confrontation, Alexander and Olympias withdrew from the court. Alexander sought refuge with relatives in Illyria, while his mother returned to her homeland of Epirus. This period of exile was brief, however, as family friends mediated a reconciliation between father and son. Alexander returned to Pella, though the relationship remained somewhat strained. Despite these personal tensions, Philip continued to prepare Alexander for future leadership. At the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE, where Macedonian forces defeated a coalition of southern Greek states, the 18-year-old Alexander commanded the left wing of his father's army. His cavalry charge is credited with breaking the famed Theban sacred band, an elite unit of 300 warriors who had never before been defeated. This military success demonstrated Alexander's tactical ability and personal courage, qualities that earned him the respect of the battle-hardened Macedonian troops. In the aftermath of Chaeronea, Philip established the League of Corinth, effectively bringing the Greek city-states under Macedonian hegemony. As he began preparations for a planned invasion of the Persian Empire, he sent Alexander on diplomatic missions to secure the allegiance of various Greek communities. These experiences further developed Alexander's political skills and exposed him to the diverse cultures and perspectives of the Greek world. The trajectory of Alexander's early life was dramatically altered in 336 BCE, when King Philip was assassinated during the wedding celebration of his daughter Cleopatra. The assassin, a Macedonian noble named Pausanias, had personal grievances against the king. While the exact motivations behind the assassination remain subjects of historical debate, with some ancient sources suggesting possible involvement by Olympias or even Alexander himself, most modern historians view such accusations as later political slander rather than historical fact. Regardless of the circumstances, the assassination thrust the 20-year-old Alexander into kingship. His education, both formal and experiential, had prepared him for leadership. But the sudden transition from heir to king required him to act decisively to secure his position. In the days following his father's death, Alexander moved quickly to eliminate potential rivals and to assert his authority over the Macedonian army and nobility. Thus ended the formative period of Alexander's life, a childhood and youth shaped by privilege and purpose, by exceptional education and exposure to power, by family dynamics, both nurturing and complicated. The boy who had been raised on tales of heroes, who had studied under one of history's greatest philosophers, who had commanded troops in battle while still a teenager, now stood at the threshold of his own historical journey as the soft veil of sleep begins to envelop us. We leave young Alexander at this pivotal moment of transition, having emerged from the sheltering embrace of childhood into the full responsibilities of manhood and kingship. The conquests that would earn him the epithet, the Great, still lay before him, but the foundation for those achievements had been carefully laid in these early years, in the stories whispered by his mother, in the lessons taught by Aristotle, in the examples set by his father, and in his own emerging sense of destiny. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle mists of ancient history, where time flows like a slow river winding through distant valleys, there lived a family whose story would eventually illuminate the chronicles of human existence. This family, nestled in the northern reaches of Greece, in the kingdom of Macedon, would one day produce a son whose name would echo through millennia, Alexander, later called the Great. But before we meet this remarkable young man, let us drift back further, like autumn leaves carried on a soft breeze, to understand the roots from which he grew. The land of Macedon was a place of rolling hills and verdant forests, where morning dew clung to blades of grass and mist hung low in mountain valleys. Here, among people who valued strength and honor, the Argead dynasty had ruled for centuries, their lineage stretching back into the shadows of myth and legend. They traced their ancestry to Heracles, the divine hero of extraordinary strength, claiming descent through his son Temenos. This connection to divinity was not merely a political convenience, but a deeply held family belief, one that would shape how they viewed themselves and their place in the world. Philip II, Alexander's father, was born into this proud tradition around 382 BCE. Imagine him as a child, listening to the whispered stories of his ancestors by firelight, the flames casting dancing shadows across the walls of the royal residence. These tales would have spoken of Perdiccas I, the dynasty's founder, who, according to legend, followed the sun from Argos to establish a new kingdom in the north. Young Philip would have learned of King Archelaus, who had brought artists and poets to the once rustic Macedonian court, including the great Euripides. These stories formed the tapestry of family identity, threads of history woven with threads of myth. The Macedonian royal family lived in a world between worlds. Though they spoke Greek and worshipped Greek gods, they were viewed by southern Greeks as semi-barbarians, dwelling at the edges of civilization. This liminal position, being both inside and outside of Greek culture, created a unique perspective that would later influence Alexander's worldview. The family embraced Greek culture while maintaining distinct Macedonian traditions, particularly those surrounding hunting, warfare, and feasting. Activities where bonds between men were forged in shared experience. In Macedonian tradition, hunting was not merely a sport, but a rite of passage. Young boys of noble birth would not be allowed to recline at banquets until they had killed a wild boar without using a net. This custom reflected the value placed on courage, skill, and self-reliance, qualities that would later define Alexander's approach to leadership. The royal family maintained hunting preserves where these traditions were practiced. The dappled sunlight filtering through ancient trees as young princes learned to track, to wait, to strike at the perfect moment. Philip himself grew into a man of extraordinary abilities. As a youth, he had been sent to Thebes as a hostage, where he observed the military innovations of the great general Epaminondas. There, in the household of Pamines, he absorbed not only tactical knowledge, but also an appreciation for Greek culture, philosophy, and diplomacy. When he returned to Macedon and eventually took the throne in 359 BCE, he brought with him these influences, which would shape how he raised his son. The women of the Macedonian royal family were far from silent figures in the background. They wielded considerable influence, particularly in matters of succession and religious ritual. Alexander's mother, Olympias, came from the royal house of Epirus, a kingdom to the west of Macedon. Her family claimed descent from Neoptolemus, the son of the legendary warrior Achilles. This lineage would become extremely important to Alexander, who from his earliest days was encouraged by his mother to see himself as Achilles reborn. Olympias was a devotee of mystery cults, particularly those associated with Dionysus. Imagine her on cool autumn nights, moving through torchlit groves with other women, their voices rising in sacred songs that echoed through the darkness. She was said to keep serpents as companions, allowing them to twine around her as she slept, a practice that both fascinated and unsettled those around her. Her religious practices, considered exotic and somewhat threatening by the Macedonians, created an aura of mysticism around the young Alexander. The relationship between Olympias and Philip was complex and eventually fractured. They had once shared a deep connection. Legend tells that Philip first saw Olympias during religious initiations on the island of Samothrace. and was immediately captivated by her. But as years passed, political necessities led Philip to take additional wives, a common practice among Macedonian kings, but one that created inevitable tensions within the royal household. In this environment of competing influences, Alexander was born in July of 356 BCE, reportedly on the same day that the temple of Artemis at Ephesus burned to the ground. Soothsayers interpreted this coincidence as an omen that a person had been born who would one day set fire to the world. From his very first breath, Alexander's life was enveloped in portents and expectations. The customs surrounding royal births in Macedon were steeped in tradition. A newborn prince would be wrapped in a purple cloth, symbolizing royalty, and presented to the king for acknowledgement. Family members would bring gifts that represented hopes for the child's future, miniature weapons for strength in battle, scrolls for wisdom, musical instruments for cultural refinement. The women of the household would sing ancient lullabies, their soft voices carrying melodies that had soothed generations of royal children. As Alexander grew from infant to toddler to child, he was surrounded by the rhythms of court life. The royal residence at Pella was a place of contrasts. Formal state rooms where ambassadors were received, intimate family quarters where stories were shared, gardens where a young prince could play under the watchful eyes of attendants. The palace complex included shrines to family gods, where daily offerings maintained the connection between the royal house and the divine powers they believed watched over them. The education of a Macedonian prince was carefully planned. From his earliest years, Alexander would have been taught the family histories, not merely as academic knowledge, but as living connections to his ancestors. Imagine him sitting at the knee of an elderly relative, perhaps a great-aunt who had known his grandfather, listening to personal recollections that brought the past to life. These stories would have emphasized the special destiny of the Argid line and Alexander's place within it. As was customary for noble Macedonian boys, Alexander was assigned a foster mother from a prominent family to supplement his care. This created bonds between the royal house and important nobles, weaving relationships that strengthened the kingdom's social fabric. His nurse, Lannis, was the sister of Cletus the Black, who would later serve as one of Alexander's commanders. Such connections formed a network of loyalty that extended beyond blood relations into a broader concept of family. The daily routines of the royal household followed seasonal patterns. In summer, the family might retreat to cooler residences in the mountains, where clear streams provided relief from heat, and hunting expeditions filled long afternoons. Winter would find them gathered around hearths in Pella, where storytellers might be invited to recite epic poems that connected the present to the heroic past. Spring and autumn brought religious festivals, where the royal family would participate in rituals that marked the turning of the year and reaffirmed their connection to the gods. Food traditions in the Macedonian court reflected both Greek influences and local specialties. Meals were opportunities for family bonding, though formal banquets also served political purposes. The Macedonians were known for their hearty appetites and capacity for wine, often drinking it unmixed in contrast to the Greek custom of dilution. These feasts were not merely about sustenance, but about cementing social bonds, sharing news, and passing down traditions through shared experience. When Alexander reached the age of 7, as was customary, his education became more formal. Philip appointed several tutors for his son, including Leonidas, a relative of Olympias known for his strict discipline. Leonidas would check Alexander's clothes chests to ensure no luxuries were being smuggled in by Olympias, believing that excess comfort would weaken the boy's character. He would take Alexander on long hikes through rough terrain, teaching him to endure physical discomfort without complaint, a lesson that would serve him well in his later campaigns. Music was an important part of Alexander's education, as it was believed to form character and instill harmony in the soul. He learned to play the lyre and to appreciate poetry, particularly the works of Homer. The Iliad became his constant companion, a text he would carry with him even on military campaigns in later years. Through these verses, the heroic age became real to him, a standard against which to measure his own actions and aspirations. The relationship between Alexander and his father was one of both admiration and competition. Philip recognized his son's exceptional qualities, but was determined that Alexander should earn his place rather than simply inherit it. There is a famous story of Philip purchasing a magnificent but unmanageable horse, Bucephalus, which none of his men could tame. The young Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow, and turning it toward the sun, was able to mount and ride it. As Alexander approached adolescence, Philip decided that his education required the finest mind in Greece. He engaged Aristotle, a former student of Plato, and already renowned for his brilliance, to serve as Alexander's tutor. For this purpose, Philip established a school at the sanctuary of the nymphs at Mysa, a serene setting where Alexander and the sons of other noble families could study away from the distractions of court life. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander explored not only philosophy, but also politics, ethics, literature, and natural sciences. Aristotle prepared special annotated texts of Homer for his royal pupil and introduced him to Greek tragedy. These years at Mysa created bonds between Alexander and his classmates that would endure throughout his life. Many of these fellow students would later serve as his generals and administrators. The philosophical discussions between teacher and pupil would have ranged widely, from metaphysical questions about the nature of reality to practical considerations of how states should be governed. Aristotle's views on the natural superiority of Greeks over barbarians would have been challenged by Alexander's own experience of the complex interplay between Greek and non-Greek elements in Macedonian culture. This tension between different worldviews would later influence Alexander's approach to the diverse peoples he encountered during his conquests. Throughout Alexander's youth, the political landscape of Macedon and Greece was changing dramatically under Philip's leadership. Philip transformed Macedon from a peripheral kingdom into the dominant power in the Greek world. Through a combination of military innovation, diplomatic skill, and strategic marriages, Alexander witnessed these changes, sometimes accompanying his father on campaigns where he could observe leadership in action. At the age of 16, Alexander was given his first taste of independent command when Philip left him as regent while he campaigned against Byzantium. During this regency, Alexander led a successful expedition against a rebellious Thracian tribe, establishing a settlement he named Alexandropolis, the first of many cities that would bear his name. This experience gave him confidence in his abilities and demonstrated to others that he was more than merely the king's son. The relationship between Philip and Alexander became strained in the later years of Philip's reign. Philip's marriage to Cleopatra, the niece of his general Attalus, created fears about the succession. At the wedding feast, Attalus reportedly toasted to the hope that the marriage would produce a legitimate heir to the throne, a comment that implied Alexander, because of his non-Macedonian mother, was somehow less legitimate. This insult led to a public quarrel between Alexander and his father, after which Alexander and Olympias temporarily left Macedon. Though a reconciliation was eventually reached, tensions remained. Philip's expanding political vision included the conquest of Persia, a plan that both excited Alexander with its possibilities and concerned him with the prospect that his father might achieve the glory Alexander felt destined for himself. This complex mix of admiration, rivalry, and ambition characterized the father-son relationship in its final years. In 336 BCE, as Philip prepared for the Persian campaign, he celebrated the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to Alexander of Epirus, Olympia's brother. During the public festivities, surrounded by the symbols of his success, Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards, Pausanias. The motives behind the assassination remain debated by historians, whether it was a personal grievance, a conspiracy involving Olympias and possibly Alexander, or Persian agents seeking to prevent the invasion. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle hills of ancient Macedonia, where the light falls softly across stone and cypress, young Alexander's world took shape. The royal palace at Pella rose not as an imposing fortress, but as a sprawling collection of buildings, courtyards, and gardens. all nestled into the landscape like a village that had grown organically from the earth itself. Here, in this place of whispered politics and quiet learning, the boy who would one day be called great first opened his eyes to the world around him. The morning air in Pella carried the scent of olive groves that stretched toward the horizon, their silver-green leaves rustling in the breeze that came down from the distant mountains. These mountains, purple and misty in the early light, formed a protective embrace around the kingdom, their peaks touching the clouds as if reaching for the realm of the gods themselves. Alexander would often gaze at these mountains from the palace terraces, watching as the shadows played across their faces throughout the day, the colors shifting from lavender to deep blue as the sun made its slow journey across the sky. Within the palace walls, the marble floors stayed cool, even in the warmth of summer. Alexander's bare feet would pad softly across these smooth surfaces as he moved from room to room, the sound echoing gently in the high-ceilinged chambers. Tapestries adorned the walls, their threads capturing stories of heroes and gods in rich blues, warm reds, and sunlit golds. These silent storytellers surrounded the young prince, their images of brave Achilles and cunning Odysseus feeding his imagination as he drifted between them, sometimes reaching out to touch the woven figures with curious fingers. The gardens where Alexander played were lush with herbs and flowers, creating a tapestry of scents that changed with the seasons. In spring, the delicate perfume of jasmine would float through the air, while summer brought the deeper notes of roses and the sharp clarity of mint. Fountains murmured throughout these spaces, the gentle splash of water creating a soothing rhythm that underscored daily life. Alexander would sometimes sit beside these fountains, watching the play of light on water, listening to the liquid music that seemed to speak of far-off places and adventures yet to come. Beyond the palace walls, the city of Pella hummed with life, though not with the frantic energy of modern cities. Instead, it moved to the measured pace of ancient times, where distances were marked by footsteps rather than wheels, and conversations unfolded without hurry. The marketplace filled in the mornings with vendors arranging their wares, pottery gleaming in earthy reds and browns, textiles dyed in colors extracted from plants and minerals, fruits and vegetables harvested from the fertile Macedonian soil. The air would fill with the mingled aromas of fresh bread, roasting meats, and the tang of fermented wine. When Alexander ventured into these public spaces, accompanied by tutors or guards, he would absorb the gentle cacophony of commerce, the soft negotiations between buyer and seller, the distant ring of a blacksmith's hammer, the occasional burst of laughter from a group of women gathered around a well. These sounds would fade and swell like waves on a shore, creating a backdrop to his observations of ordinary life unfolding around him. The social environment that shaped Alexander was as complex and nuanced as the physical landscape. The Macedonian court balanced on the edge between the Greek world of philosophy and art and the rugged, martial traditions of the northern kingdoms. This duality created a unique atmosphere where poetry readings might be followed by hunting expeditions, where discussions of Aristotelian ethics might precede demonstrations of swordsmanship in the cool evenings, when oil lamps cast their golden glow across gathering spaces. Alexander would observe the men of the court engaged in symposia, those leisurely dinner conversations where wine flowed as freely as ideas, though too young to participate fully. He would listen from the periphery, absorbing the cadence of adult conversation, the careful construction of arguments, the occasional eruption of passionate disagreement, followed by reconciliation. The men would recline on couches, their voices rising and falling like the gentle hills of the Macedonian countryside, discussing matters of state, philosophy, and military strategy with equal interest. Women occupied a separate but influential sphere in this world. Alexander's mother, Olympias, moved through the palace with quiet authority. Her presence felt even when she was not visible. Originally from Epirus, she brought with her the mysteries of foreign religious practices, her devotion to Dionysian rites, adding an element of the exotic to palace life. Her voice, when she spoke to her son, carried the lilting accent of her homeland, a musical quality that made her stories of divine lineage and destiny all the more enchanting to young ears. The relationship between Alexander's parents colored the emotional landscape of his childhood. Philip, pragmatic and expansionist in his vision for Macedonia, represented the worldly ambition that would later characterize Alexander's own campaigns. Olympias, intense and spiritually attuned, nurtured in her son a sense of divine purpose that transcended mere political power. Between these two poles, Alexander developed a complex understanding of leadership that combined practical strategy with almost mystical self-belief. The changing seasons marked the rhythm of life in ancient Macedonia. Winter brought rains that transformed the landscape, turning dusty paths to mud and sending streams rushing down from the mountains. During these darker months, life turned inward. Alexander's education would continue in rooms warmed by braziers of glowing coals, the scent of burning olive wood mixing with the earthy smell of damp wool garments hung to dry. His tutor Leonidas would instruct him in mathematics and rhetoric, the lessons punctuated by the soft patter of rain against window coverings. Spring arrived with an explosion of wildflowers across the Macedonian plains, carpeting the earth in purples, yellows, and whites. This was the season when military training intensified, as the improved weather allowed for outdoor exercises. Alexander would join other noble boys in learning the fundamentals of combat. Their practiced swords creating a gentle percussion, as wood met wood under the watchful eyes of veteran soldiers. The physical exertion would leave his muscles pleasantly tired, his mind cleared by the rhythmic movements of attack and defense. Summer brought the harvest, and with it, festivals that united all levels of Macedonian society. Alexander would observe the ceremonies honoring Demeter and Dionysus, watching as ordinary people and nobility alike participated in rituals that ensured continued prosperity. Music would fill the air, the haunting notes of reed pipes, the steady beat of drums, the clear tones of lyres played by skilled musicians. These melodies, some joyful and some melancholy, would continue into the night, carrying Alexander into sleep with their ancient harmonies. Autumn painted the landscape in warm golds and deep reds as trees prepared for winter's sleep. This was the season of hunting, when Philip would sometimes take his son into the forests that surrounded Pella. These expeditions provided not just practical skills, but lessons in patience, observation, and respect for the natural world. Alexander would learn to move quietly through undergrowth, to read the subtle signs of animal passage, to understand the delicate balance of predator and prey. The forest air, cool and fragrant with decaying leaves and pine resin, would fill his lungs as he followed his father's lead, absorbing not just hunting techniques, but the unspoken code of Macedonian manhood. Throughout these formative years, Alexander's world expanded beyond Pella through the stories brought by travelers and diplomats who visited the Macedonian court. Merchants from Persia described vast deserts and opulent palaces that seemed to belong to another world entirely. Emissaries from Athens spoke of marble temples and philosophical schools where men debated the nature of reality and justice. Each visitor brought with them not just news, but different ways of seeing, speaking, and understanding, all of which were absorbed by the observant young prince. Books, those precious handwritten scrolls, provided another window to the wider world. Alexander developed a particular fondness for Homer's epics, often falling asleep with the rhythmic hexameters of the Iliad echoing in his mind. The heroic exploits of Achilles became more than entertainment. They formed a template for glory that Alexander would carry with him into adulthood. He would sometimes recite passages from memory, the ancient Greek syllables flowing from his tongue like honey, creating moments of stillness in which the mythic past seemed to merge with the present. As Alexander approached adolescence, the political tensions that would eventually lead to drama began to simmer beneath the surface of court life. The relationship between Philip and Olympias gradually cooled, their different visions for Macedonia's future, and for Alexander's role within it, creating a subtle but perceptible strain. Alexander, sensitive to these undercurrents, found himself increasingly caught between his parents' competing influences. Philip's expanding ambitions brought more foreign visitors to court, each one representing potential alliances or conquests. The king's gaze turned increasingly toward Persia, that vast empire to the east that represented both threat and opportunity. Alexander would listen intently during council meetings, absorbing his father's strategic thinking while developing his own ideas about how such campaigns might unfold. The maps spread across tables in the council chambers opened vistas of possibility, their parchment surfaces marked with mountains, rivers, and cities waiting to be explored. When Philip married Cleopatra, the niece of his general Attalus, the delicate balance of palace life shifted dramatically. The wedding feast, meant to be a celebration, became instead the stage for public insult when Attalus raised a toast to the hope for a legitimate heir. Words that cut deeply into Alexander's sense of identity and birthright. The heated exchange that followed between father and son revealed the fractures that had been developing beneath the surface of their relationship. Alexander's temporary departure from Macedonia with his mother created a period of uncertainty and reflection. The landscapes of exile, though physically not distant from Pella, represented an emotional journey into questions of belonging and destiny. During this time, Alexander perhaps first truly contemplated a future separate from his father's shadow, his ambitions crystallizing into more defined form as he considered what path his life might take. The reconciliation that eventually brought Alexander back to court did not fully heal the wounds that had been opened. Rather, father and son established a new relationship characterized by mutual respect, tinged with wariness. They moved around each other like planets in neighboring orbits, connected by gravity, but maintaining their distance. The palace that had once been simply home now became a space of careful navigation, where words were chosen with greater care and gestures scrutinized for hidden meaning. As Philip prepared for the long-anticipated Persian campaign, the atmosphere in Pella vibrated with anticipation. Military preparations created a constant background of activity. The smiths' hammers shaping new armor, the quartermaster's calculations of supplies, the drill sergeant's calls echoing across training grounds. Alexander observed all this with mixed emotions, eager for the adventure, yet concerned that his father might claim the glory he had always imagined for himself. The wedding celebration for Philip's daughter Cleopatra to Alexander of Epirus should have been a moment of dynastic triumph. The palace was adorned with flowers and greenery. The finest wines were served in precious metal cups. Musicians played celebratory tunes that lifted spirits and encouraged dancing. Yet beneath this festive surface ran currents of tension and ambition that would culminate in violence. Philip's assassination during these festivities came as a shocking interruption to the carefully orchestrated celebrations. One moment, he was walking in procession, surrounded by the symbols of his success. The next, he lay fallen, struck down by Pausanias. The confusion that followed the shouts, the running feet, the clash of weapons as guards responded, created a chaotic counterpoint to the ordered ceremonies that had preceded it. In this moment of crisis, the years of Alexander's preparation, his education, his observations of court politics, his military training, converged to prepare him for the role he would now assume. The boy who had wandered the gardens of Pella, listening to the murmur of fountains, would become the man who led armies across continents. His childhood landscape expanding to encompass the known world. As night fell on that fateful day, the oil lamps of Pella burned as they always had, casting their gentle light across marble floors and woven tapestries. The mountains still embraced the kingdom. The stars still wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, but Alexander's world had irrevocably changed. The final page of his childhood turned, the first chapter of his legend beginning to unfold in the soft darkness of a Macedonian night. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. Long before Alexander stood at this pivotal moment of succession, his education had been carefully crafted to prepare him for greatness. In the gentle morning light that filtered through the columns of the palace at Pella, the young prince would wake to days filled with learning and discovery. His father, King Philip, understood that a future ruler needed more than just military prowess. He required a mind as sharp as any sword, as flexible as any battle formation. And so it was that in Alexander's 13th year, Philip made a decision that would shape history. He sent for Aristotle, the brilliant student of Plato, to come and tutor his son. Imagine those quiet mornings at Mieza, a sanctuary dedicated to the nymphs, where Alexander's education would unfold like a slowly opening flower. The air there was sweet with the scent of pine and wild thyme, the atmosphere conducive to deep thought and contemplation. Aristotle arrived with scrolls of knowledge, his voice measured and thoughtful as he shared the wisdom of the ages with his royal pupil. The philosopher did not rush through his lessons, but allowed ideas to settle gently into Alexander's mind. Like seeds finding fertile soil, they would sit together in the shade of ancient olive trees, the dappled sunlight playing across the pages of texts from across the known world. The lessons were comprehensive, flowing from one subject to another with the unhurried rhythm of the seasons. Alexander learned of ethics and politics, of the structures that held cities and kingdoms together. His mind wandered through the gardens of poetry and literature, finding beauty in the measured cadences of Homer's epics. The Iliad became his constant companion, a scroll he kept beneath his pillow, even in later years when he led armies across distant lands. Aristotle spoke of the natural world, too, guiding Alexander through the intricate patterns of animal life, the cycles of plants, the movements of the stars overhead. The young prince developed a curiosity about all living things, often pausing during their walks to observe a bird in flight or the complex structure of a flower. This patient observation would later serve him well as he encountered new landscapes and peoples on his journeys. Mathematics unfolded before him like a gentle stream. The numbers and theorems forming patterns that brought order to the universe. Alexander learned to see the world not just as it appeared to the eye, but as it could be understood by the mind, measurable, predictable in some ways, wonderfully mysterious in others. The philosopher and the prince would often engage in long conversations that continued as the sun moved slowly across the sky. Aristotle never simply lectured. He asked questions that invited Alexander to think deeply, to consider multiple perspectives, to reach for understanding rather than mere knowledge. He would ask in his calm, measured voice, and then wait with infinite patience as Alexander considered his response. These were not the only lessons that shaped the young prince. In the cool hours of the morning, before the intellectual pursuits began, Alexander trained his body as diligently as his mind. He learned to ride with such skill that he alone could tame the spirited horse, Bucephalus, approaching the nervous animal with a gentle hand and a quiet voice, understanding that sometimes strength comes through patience rather than force. His physical education unfolded under the watchful eyes of experienced soldiers who had served his father. They taught him the art of the sword and spear, how to move with both power and grace, how to endure discomfort without complaint. These lessons took place in the training grounds, where dust rose in golden clouds around the feet of practicing warriors, their movements forming a kind of dance as ancient as warfare itself. Alexander was not alone in his education. A select group of noble youths learned alongside him, forming bonds that would last throughout their lives. Among them was Hephaestion, who became his closest companion, the two young men sharing thoughts and dreams as they walked the paths of Mieza together. Their friendship grew like a sturdy olive tree, taking root in the shared soil of their education, branching out through years of experiences, both mundane and extraordinary. Music, too, formed part of Alexander's education, for the Greeks understood that harmony in sound could teach harmony in thought and action. He learned to play the lyre, his fingers moving across the strings with increasing confidence as the months passed. Sometimes in the evening, as twilight softened the landscape, he would play and perhaps sing softly, the notes drifting out across the gardens like gentle messengers of beauty. The seasons turned, one into another, each bringing its own lessons. Winter brought time for deeper study indoors, the crackling of the hearth fire providing a soothing backdrop to discussions of philosophy. Spring invited exploration of the natural world, as plants emerged from their sleep and animals returned from their winter journeys. Summer allowed for longer excursions, perhaps to local temples or natural wonders, each journey expanding Alexander's understanding of the land he would one day rule. Throughout these formative years, Alexander also learned by observing his father. Philip was a master of diplomacy and military strategy, transforming Macedonia from a peripheral kingdom into a dominant power. The young prince watched how his father spoke to ambassadors, how he motivated his troops, how he made decisions that affected thousands of lives. These observations were perhaps as valuable as any formal lesson, showing Alexander the practical application of power and leadership. His mother, Olympias, provided another kind of education. Strong-willed and deeply spiritual, she shared with her son the mysteries of her native Epirus, speaking of gods and heroes in the quiet hours when they were alone together. From her, Alexander gained a sense of divine purpose, a belief that he was destined for greatness that transcended ordinary ambition. Her stories settled into his dreams like stars finding their places in the night sky, guiding him even when he could not see them clearly. As Alexander approached manhood, his education expanded to include practical governance. At 16, he was left as regent, while Philip campaigned abroad, giving the young prince his first taste of real authority. Imagine him sitting in the great hall of Pella, listening to petitioners with a patience beyond his years, weighing their words carefully before making decisions. When a rebellion broke out in a nearby territory, Alexander responded with decisive action, leading troops to quell the uprising and establishing a colony that he named Alexandropolis, his first city, though certainly not his last. This practical experience complemented his theoretical knowledge, showing him that wisdom must be applied to be truly valuable. Aristotle had taught him to think. Now he learned to act, to translate thought into decision into consequence. The responsibility settled on his young shoulders like a cloak that was still somewhat too large, but that he would grow into with time. Throughout these years of development, Alexander's curiosity remained insatiable. He questioned travelers about distant lands, learning of cultures and customs different from his own. He studied maps, tracing coastlines and mountain ranges with a fingertip that seemed to hunger for direct experience of these far-off places. The world beyond Macedonia called to him like a gentle but persistent voice, promising discoveries yet to be made. His education was not without moments of tension. Alexander sometimes chafed at his father's methods or choices, particularly as Philip's diplomatic marriages seemed to threaten his position as heir. There were arguments, painful silences, reconciliations, all part of the complex relationship between a powerful king and his gifted son. These emotional lessons, though difficult, taught Alexander about the personal costs of power and the importance of managing one's own reactions, even in times of stress. By the time he reached 20, Alexander had received an education more comprehensive than perhaps any prince before him. He had studied with one of the greatest minds of the age, trained his body to endurance and skill, observed the workings of a successful kingdom, and begun to test his own abilities in real situations. The knowledge he had gained was not compartmentalized, but integrated, each aspect informing the others. creating a mind that could move from practical detail to grand vision with equal facility. And so, when that fateful moment came, when Philip fell beneath an assassin's blade, and the kingdom suddenly looked to Alexander, he was prepared. Not fully formed, for no one is ever complete at 20, but equipped with the tools he would need to meet the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. The education of his youth had created not just a knowledgeable prince, but a young man capable of imagining new possibilities for the world and for himself. As Alexander stepped forward to claim his inheritance in those uncertain hours after his father's death, he carried with him all these accumulated lessons: Aristotle's wisdom, Homer's heroes, the discipline of military training, the observations of statecraft, his mother's belief in his destiny. They moved with him like unseen companions as he faced his first tests as king, guiding his words and actions as he secured his position and began to look beyond Macedonia's borders. The lamp of learning that had been lit in his childhood continued to burn within him, illuminating his path as it led away from the familiar landscapes of home and toward horizons that even his well-trained imagination could not fully envision. His education had not ended. In many ways, it was just beginning. But the foundation had been laid with care, preparing him to build something that would stretch the boundaries of what seemed possible. And as the stars continued their ancient dance above the palace at Pella, on that night of transition, they looked down upon a young king whose mind had been shaped by the finest teaching of his age, whose dreams had been nourished by poetry and philosophy, and whose ambitions would soon lead him to redraw the map of the known world. The quiet student of Mieza was becoming the Alexander of history, carrying his education forward into legend. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From the very beginning, Alexander's life was shaped by the presence of strong figures who guided him, each leaving an indelible mark on his character, his intellect, and his vision of the world. The first and perhaps most enduring of these was his mother, Olympias, a woman of fierce devotion and mysticism, who whispered to him from his earliest days that he was destined for greatness. She told him stories of gods and heroes, of Achilles, whose blood she claimed ran in his veins, and of the divine favor that would lift him above ordinary men. There was something hypnotic in the way she spoke, her voice low and certain, her dark eyes burning with conviction. Even as a child, Alexander could feel the weight of her belief in him, like an invisible mantle settling upon his shoulders. Then there was his father, King Philip II, a man whose ambition knew no bounds, whose military genius had forged Macedonia into a power to be reckoned with. Philip was not a tender father. His world was one of strategy, discipline, and conquest. But he recognized in his son a spark that could not be ignored. He ensured Alexander was trained in the arts of war, placing him on horseback almost as soon as he could walk, teaching him the ways of command, of leadership, of the unyielding will required to rule, even in their conflicts. In the moments when Alexander bristled under his father's authority, the lessons seeped into him, hardening his resolve, shaping the king he would one day become. But the most profound intellectual influence came from a man who arrived in Macedonia when Alexander was 13. Summoned by Philip to tutor the young prince in all the wisdom of the Greeks, Aristotle, the philosopher, was not yet the towering figure he would later become. But his mind was already a vast and luminous thing, capable of illuminating the deepest mysteries of nature, ethics, and governance. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander was introduced to the works of Homer, to the Iliad and the Odyssey, which he would carry with him for the rest of his life, keeping a copy beneath his pillow as he slept. The philosopher taught him to observe the world with curiosity, to question, to seek knowledge, not just for power, but for understanding. Long after their formal lessons ended, Alexander's letters to Aristotle would still be filled with observations of strange plants, unknown animals, and the customs of distant peoples, proof of a mind that never ceased to learn. There were other mentors, too, men of war and men of state, who each left their imprint on the young prince. Leonidas, his stern early tutor, drilled him in endurance, forcing him to march for miles under the burning sun, to sleep on hard ground, to withstand discomfort without complaint. It was a harsh education, but one that forged in Alexander an unbreakable will, a resilience that would later carry him through the grueling campaigns of his conquests. And then there was Lysimachus, a warmer presence, who taught him to love poetry and music, who softened the edges of his military upbringing with the arts, reminding him that a true ruler must appreciate beauty as well as strength. Perhaps most fascinating of all was the relationship between Alexander and his horse, Bucephalus, a creature as wild and untamable as the prince himself. The story was told and retold, how the young Alexander, barely more than a boy, had seen something in the great black stallion that no one else could see, had recognized not just the animal's fury, but its pride, its unwillingness to be broken by fear. With quiet confidence, he had approached the horse, turned it toward the sun so it could no longer see its own shadow, and in that moment of understanding, had mounted it for the first time. From then on, Bucephalus was his constant companion, a living symbol of the bond between master and steed, of the intuitive connection that could exist between two spirits attuned to one another. As Alexander grew older, these influences did not fade, but instead merged within him, blending into the singular force that would drive him forward. Olympia's mysticism and Philip's ambition, Aristotle's wisdom and Leonidas' discipline, all these voices spoke in his mind, guiding his decisions, shaping his vision. Even when he outgrew his teachers, even when he surpassed them in power and renown, their lessons remained, woven into the fabric of his being. And so, when the time came for him to step into his father's place, to take up the mantle of kingship, he did not do so alone. He carried with him the words of Aristotle, the strength of Philip, the devotion of Olympias, the endurance of Leonidas, the artistry of Lysimachus. They were the unseen counsel that stood beside him as he faced his first challenges, the whispers of wisdom that steadied him in moments of doubt, long after he had left Macedonia behind, long after he had crossed into Persia and beyond. These voices still traveled with him, like distant echoes in the wind. In the quiet hours before battle, he might recall Philip's strategies. In moments of contemplation, Aristotle's teachings would return to him. And in his dreams, perhaps, he still heard his mother's voice, telling him once more that he was born for something greater than other men. The story of Alexander is often told as one of conquest, of battles and empires, of a man who reshaped the world with his will. But beneath all that, it is also the story of a boy who was shaped in turn by the hands of those who loved him, taught him, believed in him, and though his life burned bright and brief, like a comet across the sky, the light of those who guided him never truly faded. They remained quiet and constant, like the stars above Pella on the night he became king, watching over him as he stepped into his destiny. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. The year was 336 BC when Alexander, still just 20 years old, found himself standing before the assembled nobles of Macedonia, his father's crown resting upon his brow. The air in the great hall was thick with tension, with whispers of uncertainty. Philip had been a warrior king, a unifier of fractious tribes, and now his sudden death left a void many doubted his young son could fill. But Alexander, though his heart may have trembled, did not let it show. He had been prepared for this, in ways both seen and unseen, the lessons of his tutors, the discipline of his training, the quiet faith of his mother, all of it had woven together to make him ready, even if the world did not yet know it. His first challenge came swiftly. The northern tribes, long held in check by Philip's strength, saw an opportunity in the transition of power. They rose in rebellion, testing the new king's resolve. Alexander could have sent his generals, could have remained in Pella to consolidate his rule, but he did not. He rode north himself, leading his army through the rugged mountains and dense forests of Thrace. It was here, in these early campaigns, that he began to reveal the instincts of a natural commander. He moved quickly, decisively, striking where he was least expected. And when the tribes saw his determination, when they witnessed the fire in his eyes and the precision of his tactics, they bowed before him. It was a small victory in the grand scheme of things, but it was enough to silence the doubters, to prove that the son of Philip was every bit as formidable as his father had been. Yet even as he secured his northern borders, word reached him of unrest in the south. Thebes, The proud city that had once stood as a rival to Athens and Sparta had risen against Macedonian rule. The Greek states, ever restless, watched to see how Alexander would respond. Some whispered that he was too young, too untested, that he would falter. But Alexander understood that hesitation would be his undoing. He marched south with startling speed, covering ground so quickly that his enemies had no time to prepare. When he arrived before the walls of Thebes, he offered them a chance to surrender. They refused, and so, with a heavy heart but unwavering resolve, he gave the order to attack. The fall of Thebes was swift and brutal. The city, once a beacon of Greek power, was reduced to rubble, its people scattered. It was a harsh lesson, one meant to echo across Greece, a reminder that rebellion would not be tolerated. But Alexander was not merely a conqueror. Even in victory, he showed mercy where it was warranted. The priests, the poets, those who had not taken up arms, were spared. And when the dust settled, he turned his gaze eastward, toward the ancient enemy that had haunted Greek dreams for generations. Persia, the Persian Empire, was vast, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the edges of India. Its king, Darius III, ruled over countless nations, his wealth beyond measure, his armies seemingly endless. To challenge such a power was madness, or so many believed. But Alexander had spent his life preparing for this moment. He had studied the campaigns of Cyrus and Xerxes, had pored over maps and histories with Aristotle, had listened as his father spoke of the need to unite the Greek world against the Eastern threat, and now, with Greece secured behind him, he set his sights on the greatest adventure of his age. In the spring of 334 BC, he crossed the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. With him marched an army of 40,000 Macedonian phalanxes, Thessalian cavalry, Greek allies, all bound together by their faith in their young king. As he stepped onto Asian soil, he paused to pay homage to the heroes of old, to Achilles and the warriors of Troy. It was a gesture of respect, of continuity, a way of linking his own journey to the myths that had shaped his people. And then, with the sea at his back and the endless plains ahead, he began his march into history. His first major encounter with the Persians came at the Granicus River. The satraps of Asia Minor had gathered their forces, confident that they could crush this upstart invader. The river was wide, its banks steep, the current strong. Crossing it under enemy fire would be nearly impossible. But Alexander, ever bold, led the charge himself. His companions, the elite cavalry forged by Philip, followed without hesitation, their lances gleaming in the sun. The battle was fierce, the water churning with the clash of arms, but the Macedonians prevailed. By nightfall, the Persian resistance had crumbled, and Alexander stood victorious on the far shore. It was here, in these early campaigns, that the shape of his leadership began to emerge. He was not merely a warrior. though his courage in battle was beyond question. He was also a ruler, a diplomat, a man who understood that conquest alone was not enough. In the cities he liberated from Persian control, he left the local governments intact, demanding only loyalty and tribute. He honored their temples, respected their customs, even adopted elements of their dress. To some, this seemed strange. Why embrace the ways of those he had defeated? But Alexander saw further than most. He knew that an empire built on fear would not endure, and so he laid the foundations of something new, a blending of cultures that would echo through the centuries. As the months passed, his reputation grew. Stories of his victories spread, carried by merchants and travelers, whispered in the courts of kings. Some spoke of his brilliance, his daring, his uncanny ability to turn disaster into triumph. Others marveled at his restraint, his refusal to indulge in the excesses that had doomed so many conquerors before him. He drank little, slept little, pushed himself as hard as he pushed his men. And through it all, he remained curiously accessible, sharing their hardships, listening to their concerns, remembering their names. It was this bond, this unshakable trust between commander and soldier, that would carry them through the trials to come. By the time he reached the coastal city of Gordium, his legend had begun to outpace his achievements. It was here that he encountered the famed Gordian knot, a tangle of ropes so complex that legend held whoever could undo it would rule all of Asia. Many had tried and failed. Alexander, faced with the challenge, did not hesitate. He drew his sword and sliced the knot in two. Some called it cheating. Others saw it as genius, a refusal to be bound by tradition, a willingness to forge his own path. And perhaps, in that moment, he understood that his destiny would not be handed to him. He would have to take it, one bold stroke at a time. The road ahead was long, the challenges unimaginable. Mountains, deserts, vast armies, scheming nobles, all lay between him and his dream. But as he stood beneath the open sky, surrounded by men who would follow him to the ends of the earth, he knew that he was no longer the untested boy who had taken the throne. He was Alexander, and the world would never be the same. The wind carried the scent of distant lands, of spices and dust, and the salt of unknown seas. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Darius waited, gathering his forces, preparing for the confrontation that would decide the fate of empires. But for now, in this quiet moment between battles, Alexander allowed himself to breathe, to remember the voices that had guided him here. The lessons of Aristotle, the strength of Philip, the devotion of his mother, they were still with him, as they would always be. And so, with the stars above and the road ahead, he turned his face to the east and took the next step forward. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. The path of Alexander unfolded like an endless ribbon across the earth, each step a testament to his vision, his daring, and his unrelenting will. After the swift resolution of the Gordian knot, he pressed onward, his army a living, breathing force behind him, bound not just by discipline, but by something deeper, an unshakable belief in the man who led them. The first great test of his mettle came at the Battle of Issus, where he faced the vast Persian forces of King Darius III. The plains stretched wide, the sun glinting off shield and spear, the air thick with the tension of impending battle. Alexander, ever the tactician, saw not just the numbers arrayed against him, but the opportunity to strike where the enemy was weakest. He led his cavalry in a breathtaking charge, cutting through the Persian lines like a blade through silk, forcing Darius to flee in haste. It was a victory that echoed across the known world, proof that the young king from Macedonia was no mere upstart, but a conqueror worthy of legend. With each triumph, his legend grew, and with it, his ambition. He did not merely seek to defeat his enemies, he sought to unite them, to weave their lands and cultures into the fabric of his own empire. When he marched into Egypt, he was met not with resistance, but with reverence. The Egyptians, weary of Persian rule, welcomed him as a liberator. And in the shifting sands of the desert, he founded the city of Alexandria, a beacon of learning and trade that would endure for centuries. Beneath the shadow of the pyramids, he sought wisdom, venturing to the oracle of Siwa, where he was proclaimed the son of Amun, a divine confirmation of the destiny he had always believed was his. Yet for all his victories, Alexander was never content to rest. The heart of Persia still lay before him, and Darius, though wounded in pride and power, remained a threat. The two would meet again at Gaugamela, a clash of armies so vast the earth itself seemed to tremble beneath their feet. Once more, Alexander's brilliance shone through. His army moved as one, a well-oiled machine of war, while Darius, for all his numbers, found his forces crumbling under the relentless Macedonian advance. The battle was decisive, and with it, the Persian Empire fell, its palaces and treasuries now in the hands of the young conqueror. But Alexander was not a man who destroyed for destruction's sake. He admired the cultures he encountered, adopting Persian customs, marrying a Bactrian princess, Roxana, and encouraging his men to take Persian wives. He envisioned a world where East and West were not divided, but united under his rule. His court became a blend of Macedonian and Persian nobility, his empire a tapestry of peoples and traditions. He built cities not just as strongholds, but as centers of learning, places where Greek philosophy and Persian knowledge could mingle and flourish. Still, the horizon called to him, whispering of lands yet unseen. He led his men into the rugged mountains of the Hindu Kush, through the blistering heat of the Jedrosian desert, always pressing forward, always seeking the edge of the world. In India, he faced King Porus and his war elephants, creatures as mighty as they were terrifying. The battle was fierce, But once again, Alexander's ingenuity prevailed. His men, though exhausted, fought with the same unwavering loyalty they had shown from the beginning. When the dust settled, Porus was defeated, but spared, a gesture of respect that spoke to Alexander's growing wisdom as a ruler. Yet even the greatest of men must heed the limits of their followers. His army, weary from years of ceaseless marching, begged him to turn back. Reluctantly, he agreed, though his heart longed to press onward, to see what lay beyond the next river, the next mountain. The return journey was no less perilous. Desert winds scoured their skin, disease thinned their ranks, and the weight of all they had conquered pressed upon them. But through it all, Alexander remained their guiding star, his presence a reminder of all they had achieved. When he returned to Babylon, the weight of his empire settled upon his shoulders. He dreamed of new conquests, of fleets that would sail uncharted seas, of lands waiting to be brought into the fold. But fate, as it so often does, had other plans. In the sweltering heat of the Mesopotamian summer, he fell ill, his once boundless energy drained by fever. His generals gathered at his bedside, their faces etched with grief, for they knew the world they had helped shape would never be the same without him. And with that, the light of his extraordinary life flickered and faded. But the legacy of Alexander did not end with his passing. The cities he founded, the cultures he blended, the knowledge he preserved, all of it endured, shaping the world in ways even he could not have imagined. The Hellenistic age, a time of art, science, and philosophy, flourished in the wake of his conquests. His name became synonymous with greatness, a beacon for all who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of their time. And so, as the stars turn in their endless dance, the story of Alexander lingers, not just in books and statues, but in the very fabric of history. A man who sought the impossible, and for a fleeting moment held it in his hands. A conqueror, yes, but also a dreamer, a visionary who saw not just what the world was, but what it could be. And though his life was brief, the echo of his footsteps still resonates, soft as a whisper, eternal as the wind. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Alexander the Great was a tapestry, woven with moments of brilliance, daring, and fateful choices, each thread pulling him toward destiny. Some decisions were deliberate, others made in the heat of battle or the quiet of contemplation, but all shaped the path of a man who would become legend. One of the earliest turning points came in his youth, under the watchful eye of his tutor, Aristotle. The philosopher instilled in him not just knowledge of science and literature, but also the idea that greatness was not inherited, it was seized. Had Alexander been content with the comforts of a royal upbringing, content to rule a small kingdom, history might never have remembered his name, but the fire within him burned too brightly. He devoured Homer's Iliad, dreaming of Achilles, the warrior whose glory outlived his short life. That spark of ambition, nurtured in the hills of Macedon, would one day set the world aflame. Then came the moment his father, Philip II, was assassinated. At just 20 years old, Alexander stood at the precipice of chaos. The Macedonian nobles eyed him with skepticism. The Greek city-states saw weakness to exploit. He could have hesitated, deferred to older advisors, allowed others to steer the kingdom. But instead, he acted with ruthless precision, eliminating rivals, securing his throne, and rallying his army with a speech so stirring that even the most hardened veterans pledged their loyalty. Had he faltered then, the fragile unity of Macedon might have shattered, and his dreams of conquest would have died before they began. The crossing of the Hellespont marked another irreversible step. With the Aegean Sea behind him, Alexander stepped onto the soil of Asia, the first king of Macedon to lead an invasion of Persia. Some whispered it was folly, a young upstart challenging the might of Darius III. But Alexander, standing on the shore, cast his spear into the earth, claiming the land as his own by right of conquest. It was a gesture of defiance, of absolute certainty. Had he turned back then, content with securing Greece's borders, the Persian Empire might have endured for centuries longer. But he did not turn back. At the Battle of Gaugamela, the weight of destiny pressed down upon him. Outnumbered, facing the full might of Darius's forces, he could have chosen caution, waited for reinforcements, or sought terms. Instead, he gambled everything on a single bold stroke, leading his companions in a charge straight at the Persian king. The risk was immense. Had he fallen, his army would have been destroyed, his name forgotten. But the gamble paid off. The Persian lines crumbled, Darius fled, and Alexander stood victorious beneath the banners of a collapsing empire. That day, he did not just win a battle, he reshaped the world. Yet, not all turning points were forged in war. In Egypt, he was welcomed not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. The priests of Siwa proclaimed him the son of Amun, a living god. He could have dismissed it as superstition, but instead, he embraced it. Was it strategy, a way to bind Egypt to him, or did he, in some quiet moment, begin to believe it himself? Had he rejected the title, he might have ruled as a mortal king, his authority rooted in earthly power alone. But by accepting divinity, he became something more, a figure beyond mere kingship, a bridge between man and myth. Perhaps the most fateful choice of all came after the death of Darius. The Persian Empire was his. He could have returned to Macedon in triumph, his name already etched in history. But instead, he pressed onward into the unknown through the deserts of Bactria, the mountains of the Hindu Kush, to the very edges of the known world. His men, weary and homesick, begged him to turn back. Had he listened, his empire might have remained stable, his legacy secure. But Alexander was never one for half measures. He pushed forward, until even his indomitable will could no longer compel his army further. At the Hyphasis River, his soldiers refused to go on. It was the first time he had ever been denied. The return journey was slower, heavier, the weight of his victories, his losses, the friends who had fallen, all of it settled upon him. In Susa, he staged a mass wedding, binding his officers to Persian noblewomen, a symbolic union of East and West. Some saw it as visionary, others as arrogance. Had he not forced this blending of cultures, his empire might have fractured along old divisions. But in seeking unity, he sowed both harmony and discord, for not all men wished to see the world remade. Then came Babylon, the last great crossroads. His body, worn by years of campaigning, finally began to fail. Even then, he dreamed of Arabia, of Carthage, of sailing beyond the pillars of Hercules. Had he lived, would he have found new worlds to conquer? Or would the sheer vastness of his empire have collapsed under its own weight? We will never know. The fever took him, and with his final breath, he left his generals with an empire and a riddle. To the strongest, he whispered. And so, the wars of his successors began, carving his dream into fragments. Yet even in division, his vision endured. The cities he founded, Alexandria, Kandahar, so many others, became beacons of learning and trade. The blending of Greek and Persian culture outlived the wars of the Diadochi. Had he chosen differently at any of those pivotal moments, the world we know might be unrecognizable. But Alexander, ever the gambler, ever the dreamer, staked everything on the impossible. And for a brief, blazing moment, he held it in his hands. Now, as the centuries stretch on, his choices ripple outward like stones cast into a still pond. What if he had turned back at the Hellespont? What if he had spared the Persian royal family? What if he had listened to his men at the Hyphasis? The threads of history are woven with such questions, delicate as spider silk, strong as iron, but in the quiet of night, when the world slows and dreams take shape, one truth remains. Alexander walked the path he chose, and in doing so, changed everything. And so we remember him, not just for what he conquered, but for the moments when he stood at the crossroads, the weight of the future in his hands, and chose to step forward into the unknown. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Alexander the Great's life was not just shaped by battles and conquests, but by the deep, intricate relationships that wove themselves around him like threads of gold and shadow. Each person who walked beside him, whether as a lover, a friend, a mentor, or a rival, left an indelible mark on his heart and his legacy. And in the quiet hush of night, when the flicker of memory softens the edges of time, we can still trace the echoes of these bonds, tender and enduring. From the very beginning, his relationship with his father, Philip II of Macedon, was both a source of inspiration and tension. Philip was a towering figure, a king who transformed Macedonia into a military power and he dreamed of greatness for his son. He hired Aristotle himself to tutor young Alexander, shaping not just his mind, but his hunger for knowledge and exploration. Yet their bond was never simple. Alexander both admired and resented his father, longing for his approval, yet chafing under the weight of his expectations. There was a moment, whispered in the old tales, when Alexander tamed the unruly horse Bucephalus, a feat Philip had deemed impossible. But later, when Philip took another wife and seemed to threaten Alexander's inheritance, the rift between them deepened. And then, abruptly, Philip was gone, assassinated, leaving Alexander to step into his shadow, and beyond it, his mother, Olympias, was a force of nature, fiery, devoted, and fiercely protective. She filled his childhood with stories of divine lineage, claiming he was descended from Achilles, and even Zeus himself. Her love was passionate, all-consuming, and at times overwhelming. She saw greatness in him before he could see it in himself, and her unwavering belief in his destiny may have shaped his unshakable confidence, but her influence also carried danger. Her political machinations and vendettas would later complicate his rule, and some whispered that her shadow loomed too large over him. Yet in his letters, Alexander always spoke of her with tenderness, a testament to the bond that neither time nor distance could break. Then there was Hephaestion, his closest friend, his confidant, the one who understood him like no other. From boyhood, they were inseparable, bound by a friendship so deep that many believed it transcended mere companionship. They studied together under Aristotle, trained together, dreamed together, where Alexander was fire and ambition. Hephaestion was steady and loyal, the calm to a storm. He was the only one who could speak plainly to Alexander without fear, the only one whose counsel he trusted implicitly. When Alexander married Roxana, it was Hephaestion who stood beside him as his highest-ranking officer. And when Alexander adopted Persian customs, it was Hephaestion who mirrored him, bridging the gap between Macedonian and Persian traditions. Their bond was so profound that when Hephaestion died of fever, Alexander was inconsolable. He wept over his friend's body, refusing to eat or sleep, and ordered monuments built in his honor. Some say a part of Alexander died with him that day, a light extinguished that would never fully return. And then there were his loves, tender and fleeting, like petals carried on the wind. Roxana, the Bactrian princess, captured his heart with her beauty and spirit. Their marriage was not just a political alliance, but a genuine affection, and she bore him his only son, Alexander IV. But love in the midst of empire was never simple. When he later married Statira, the daughter of Darius, to unite Persian and Macedonian bloodlines, Roxana's jealousy simmered beneath the surface. Yet in his letters, Alexander spoke of Roxana with warmth, a rare glimpse of the private man behind the conqueror. His relationships with his generals were equally complex. Loyalty and rivalry intertwined like the strands of a Gordian knot. Parmenion, the seasoned commander who had served his father, was a steadying presence in the early campaigns. But trust, once broken, could not be mended. When Parmenion's son was implicated in a plot against Alexander, the king ordered both father and son executed, a decision that haunted him. Then there was Cletus the Black, a gruff, loyal soldier who had once saved Alexander's life in battle, but in a drunken argument, anger flared, and Alexander, in a moment of unchecked rage, struck him down. The remorse that followed was crushing. He withdrew for days, refusing food, stricken with grief over the loss of a man who had been like family. Even his enemies became part of his story. Darius III, the Persian king, was at first a distant figure, the great adversary he was destined to face. But when Alexander found Darius's body, slain by his own men, he did not rejoice. Instead, he covered the fallen king with his own cloak and vowed to avenge him, treating him with the respect due to royalty. Later, he would marry Darius's daughter, weaving his enemy's family into his own. And then there were the countless souls who crossed his path, soldiers who followed him to the ends of the earth, philosophers who debated with him, physicians who tended his wounds. Each left their mark, however small. Even Bucephalus, his beloved horse, was more than a steed. He was a companion, a symbol of the unbreakable bond between man and destiny. When the horse died in India, Alexander founded a city in his name, a tribute to loyalty that outlasted life itself. As the years passed, the weight of these relationships shaped him, just as he shaped the world. Some bonds brought him joy, others sorrow, but all were threads in the tapestry of his life. And when he lay dying in Babylon, fevered and weary, it was not the battles he spoke of, but the people, his mother, his friends, his loves. He whispered names, as if calling them to his side one last time. And so, as the stars turn and the night deepens, we remember Alexander not just as a conqueror, but as a man who loved, who grieved, who forged connections that even time could not erase. His legacy endures not only in the cities he built or the empires he toppled, but in the quiet, human moments, the laughter shared with Hephaestion, the letters to his mother, the tears shed for those he lost. For in the end, it was these relationships that made him who he was, a man who walked the earth like a comet, brilliant and fleeting, yet forever remembered in the hearts of those who knew him. And as sleep draws near, let us too remember that even the greatest of lives are made of such moments, tender and enduring, like the soft glow of embers in the dark. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Alexander the Great, though remembered for his conquests, was a man who lived deeply in the quiet moments between battles. His days were not always filled with the clash of swords or the strategizing of empires. There were mornings when he rose with the sun, stepping barefoot onto the cool marble floors of his chambers, pausing to watch the first light spill over the horizon. He had a fondness for simple pleasures. The scent of olive oil rubbed into his skin before training, the sound of bird song in the gardens of Pella, the weight of a well-worn book in his hands. He was a man who loved learning, carrying that curiosity from childhood into his later years. His tutor, Aristotle, had instilled in him a love for philosophy, medicine, and the natural world. Even on campaign, Alexander would request scrolls to be sent to him, treatises on botany, histories of distant lands, poetry that stirred his soul. He would read late into the night by the flickering light of an oil lamp, sometimes pausing to discuss a passage with Hephaestion, his most trusted friend, whose presence was as steady as the earth beneath his feet. Hephaestion was more than a companion. He was Alexander's other half. They had known each other since boyhood, trained together, dreamed together. Their bond was so deep that when Alexander was crowned king, he made Hephaestion his second in command, not out of favoritism, but because he trusted no one else to understand his vision. They shared private jokes, quiet conversations under the stars, and an unspoken language that needed no words. When Hephaestion died, Alexander's grief was immeasurable. He wept openly, refused food, and ordered grand funerals in his honor. Some say a part of Alexander never recovered from that loss, as if the light in his world had dimmed. But there were other loves in his life, tender and fleeting. Roxana, his wife, was more than a political alliance. He was drawn to her intelligence, her spirit, and the way she challenged him. Their letters, though few survive, speak of affection, of shared dreams for the son she carried. Alexander would sit with her in the evenings, listening as she spoke of her homeland, her childhood, the stories of her people. He admired her strength, and in those quiet hours, he was not a conqueror, but simply a man in love. His mother, Olympias, was another figure who shaped him deeply. Fierce and devoted, she filled his early years with tales of heroes and gods, whispering that he was destined for greatness. Even as an adult, Alexander wrote to her often, his letters filled with warmth and updates on his campaigns. She was one of the few people who could speak to him without fear, who could scold him like a child or offer counsel like a queen. When news of her death reached him, he is said to have retreated into solitude, mourning not just a parent, but the last true connection to his childhood. Beyond the people he loved, Alexander had habits that revealed the man behind the legend. He was disciplined in his routines, rising early to train, but he also knew the value of rest. After a long march, he would sometimes strip off his armor and wade into a river, letting the cool water soothe his tired muscles. He enjoyed music, particularly the lyre, and would often have musicians play in his tent at night. The soft melodies a counterpoint to the day's exertions. He was also a man of simple tastes in some ways, though he could have dined on the richest foods. He often preferred plain bread, cheese, and figs, the same meals he had eaten as a boy. He drank wine, yes, but rarely to excess, savoring it slowly as he talked with friends, and when sleep eluded him, he would walk through camp, checking on his soldiers, exchanging quiet words with the night watch. These small acts of care made him beloved, not just feared. Alexander carried a few personal treasures with him always: a ring from his father, a lock of his mother's hair wrapped in cloth, a small dagger Hephaestion had given him when they were young. These were not symbols of power, but of memory of the people who had shaped his heart. And in his quieter moments, when the weight of ruling pressed upon him, he would look to the stars. He had been taught that the heavens held answers, that the gods walked among the constellations. He would trace the shapes with his fingers, wondering, dreaming, perhaps even praying. For all his ambition, he was still a man who sought meaning, who longed for something beyond the next conquest. As the years passed, these small moments, reading by lamplight, laughing with friends, standing silently beneath the night sky, became the threads that held him together. They were the reminders that he was human, that even the greatest of kings needed love, needed rest, needed the softness of a shared smile. And so, as the night deepens and the world grows still, let us remember Alexander not just for the empires he built, but for the quiet evenings, the whispered conversations, the hands he held. These were the moments that truly shaped him, that made his life not just grand, but deeply, beautifully human. And as sleep comes gently, like a tide rolling in, may we too find comfort in the small, tender things, the memories, the connections, the quiet breaths between the storms. For in the end, it is these that endure, glowing softly in the dark, like embers that never quite fade away, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world was still wrapped in a soft blue haze, Alexander would often rise, even as a boy in the royal courts of Macedon. He was an early riser, his body attuned to the rhythms of discipline and purpose. His mornings began with the barest whisper of movement, a servant lighting the oil lamps, the rustle of linen as he dressed, the cool touch of the stone floor beneath his feet. He would step outside, breathing in the crisp morning air, feeling the first pale light of the sun brush against his skin. As a young prince, his mornings were shaped by lessons. His tutor, the great philosopher Aristotle, would meet him in the gardens or the shaded courtyards, where they would discuss philosophy, poetry, and the mysteries of the natural world. Alexander would sit with scrolls spread before him, tracing the words with his fingers, his mind alive with questions. The scent of parchment and ink mingled with the fragrance of olive trees, and the distant murmur of the palace waking around him was a gentle hum in the background. When he grew older, his mornings shifted to the rhythms of war. He would wake in his tent, the canvas walls dimly lit by the glow of a brazier. The The sounds of the camp, stirring, horses nickering, armor clinking, the low voices of soldiers would drift in as he dressed. He would break his fast simply, with bread, olives, and watered wine, eating quickly before stepping outside to meet his generals. The planning of campaigns, the study of maps, the endless discussions of strategy, these filled his early hours. Yet even in the midst of war, he carried with him the habits of a scholar. He kept scrolls in his tent, reading by lamplight late into the night, his mind never ceasing its hunger for knowledge. By midday, whether in Macedon or on the march, Alexander would turn to physical exertion. As a youth, he trained in the art of war, riding horses, wielding swords, practicing the precise movements of phalanx warfare. His body grew strong, his muscles honed by relentless discipline. Even in adulthood, he never abandoned this routine. He would ride Bucephalus, his beloved horse, for hours, feeling the rhythm of the animal beneath him, the wind rushing past as they galloped across open plains. Sometimes he would join his men in exercises, wrestling or racing, his laughter ringing out, a rare moment of lightness amid the weight of command. The afternoons were often given to governance. In his tent or in the halls of conquered cities, he would receive emissaries, listen to petitions, and issue decrees. His workspace was simple, a wooden table strewn with scrolls, an inkwell, a stylus. He wrote quickly, his hands steady, his words decisive. Around him, advisors murmured, scribes recorded, and the endless business of empire unfolded. Yet even here, in the midst of administration, he found moments of quiet. He would pause, staring out at the horizon, lost in thought, the weight of kingship resting lightly on his shoulders. Meals were a sacred ritual, a time for camaraderie and reflection. In his youth, he dined in the palace, surrounded by family and friends, the tables laden with roasted meats, figs, honeyed cakes. The wine flowed freely, and the talk turned to poetry, to dreams, to the future. Later on campaign, his meals were simpler: barley gruel, dried fish, whatever the land could provide. But he insisted on sharing them with his closest companions, reclining on cushions, laughing, debating, the flickering light of oil lamps casting long shadows. These were the moments that bound his men to him, not just as a king, but as a friend. As evening settled, Alexander would often walk in the gardens of Babylon, along the shores of the Indus, through the ruins of Persepolis. He moved slowly, his mind turning inward. The stars would emerge one by one, and he would gaze up, as he had done since childhood, feeling the vastness of the heavens. Sometimes he would sit by a fire, listening to the musicians play, the notes drifting into the night like whispers. Other times, he would retire early, lying on his cot, wrapped in a woolen cloak, the exhaustion of the day finally claiming him. And then sleep, deep, dreamless, or filled with visions of lands yet unconquered. The quiet breath of night settling over him, the embers of the fire glowing softly, the distant sounds of the world carrying on without him. For a few precious hours, he was not a king, not a conqueror, just a man, resting, at peace. These were the rhythms of his life, the steady pulse of days that shaped him, that made him more than legend. The early mornings, the sweat of training, the quiet evenings, the shared meals, these were the threads of his humanity, woven into the tapestry of his greatness. And as the night deepens and the stars turn overhead, we can imagine him there, in the quiet, just before sleep takes him, a man as real as any of us, breathing softly in the dark. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Alexander the Great was a man of many contradictions, both a ruthless conqueror and a philosopher king, a warrior who burned cities yet wept at the sight of suffering, a man who sought immortality but knew the fleeting nature of life all too well. His philosophy was not written in books, nor was it neatly summarized in speeches. Instead, it lived in his actions, in the quiet moments of reflection, in the way he treated his friends and enemies alike. It was shaped by the teachings of Aristotle, by the myths of Achilles, by the vastness of the lands he traversed and the cultures he absorbed. From his earliest days, Alexander was raised to believe in excellence, arete, as the Greeks called it. His father, Philip, drilled into him the importance of strength, discipline, and ambition. But it was Aristotle who taught him to question, to seek knowledge, to see the world as more than just dominion to be seized. The philosopher would take young Alexander into the woods, pointing out plants and animals, explaining the movements of the stars, instilling in him a sense of wonder. This lesson stayed with Alexander, shaping his ability to adapt, to learn from the Persians, the Egyptians, the Indians, to take what was wise from each and make it part of his own vision. As he grew older, his philosophy became more complex, more nuanced. He believed in destiny, in the idea that he was meant for something greater. The Iliad was his constant companion, the story of Achilles, his guiding myth. He kept a copy beneath his pillow, reading it before sleep, dreaming of glory, of immortality. Yet, he also understood the fragility of life. When he stood before the tomb of Achilles at Troy, he did not just see a hero, he saw a man who had chosen a short, glorious life over a long, forgotten one. That moment stayed with him, a quiet reminder that greatness came at a cost. One of the most defining aspects of Alexander's worldview was his belief in the unity of mankind. Unlike many conquerors of his time, he did not see the peoples he subdued as inferior, but as equals to be integrated into his empire. After defeating Darius, he did not destroy Persian culture, he adopted it. He wore their robes, married their princesses, encouraged his men to do the same. This was not mere politics. It was a genuine belief that the world could be bound together, that Greeks and Persians, Macedonians and Indians could be part of one great civilization. Yet for all his idealism, he was still a man of war. His ambition drove him forward, always forward, even when his men begged him to turn back. At the Hyphasis River, when his exhausted army refused to march further into India, he wept in his tent, furious at their lack of vision. But then, in a moment of clarity, he relented. He understood their weariness, their longing for home. It was one of the few times he allowed his heart to overrule his hunger for conquest. His values were tested in countless ways after the brutal siege of Tyre, when the city lay in ruins and thousands had perished. He walked among the survivors, offering mercy to those who surrendered. He spared the women and children, even adopting the family of the fallen Persian king as his own. When his closest friend, Hephaestion, died, Alexander was inconsolable. He ordered monuments, games, even a city in his name. The depth of his grief shocked those around him. It was a reminder that beneath the armor, beneath the legend, was a man who loved deeply, who felt loss as keenly as any other. In his final years, his philosophy took on a more somber tone. He had seen too much death, too much of the world's vastness, to believe in simple answers. Some saw this as resignation, others as a final challenge. But perhaps it was simply an acknowledgement that no one man, not even Alexander, could control the tides of fate. His legacy was not just in the lands he conquered, but in the ideas he left behind. The belief that men of different cultures could live as one. That greatness was not just in power, but in wisdom. That even the mightiest ruler was still, in the end, human. In the quiet of the night, as he lay beneath the stars, he must have pondered these things. The fire crackling softly, the wind carrying the scent of distant lands, the weight of his dreams heavy upon him. And then sleep, the great unifier, the great leveler, claiming even kings. As we drift into our own rest, we can imagine him there, not as a figure of myth, but as a man who wondered, who doubted, who loved and grieved, who sought meaning in the vast expanse of the world. His philosophy was not perfect, nor was he. But in his striving, in his contradictions, we see something deeply human, something that reminds us that even the greatest among us are, at their core, just travelers in the night, searching for light before the dawn, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Even the greatest of conquerors knew hardship. Alexander's path was not one of unbroken triumph, but of struggle, doubt, and moments where the weight of his ambitions seemed too heavy to bear. From the very beginning, he faced resistance, not just from armies, but from the very earth beneath his feet, from the hearts of men who doubted him, and from the limits of his own body and spirit. When he was still young, barely more than a boy, his father was murdered. The throne of Macedon, which should have passed smoothly to him, became a thing of uncertainty. The nobles whispered, the tribes grew restless, and for a moment, It seemed the kingdom his father had built might crumble before Alexander could even take his place upon its throne. But he did not waver. With a quiet, steely resolve, he gathered loyal men around him, silenced the murmurs of rebellion, and stepped forward as king. It was his first true test, one that taught him the fragility of power and the necessity of acting swiftly, decisively, when the world seemed poised to unravel. Then came the march east, the great campaign that would define his life. The battles were fierce, the victories hard-won. At the Granicus River, his army faced a Persian force dug into the opposite bank, their spears bristling like a forest of steel. The crossing seemed impossible, the current strong, the enemy waiting with grim patience. But Alexander, clad in his gleaming armor, rode into the river first, leading the charge himself. The water surged around his horse. The arrows hissed through the air, and for a moment it seemed he might fall. His helmet was split by an enemy blade, his life nearly taken in an instant. Yet he pressed on, and his men, inspired by his courage, followed. That day, he learned that leadership was not just about strategy, but about showing men what was possible by being the first to face the impossible. In the deserts of Egypt, the sun bore down like a furnace, the sands stretching endlessly in every direction. His army stumbled, parched and weary, their supplies dwindling. For days they wandered, their lips cracked, their eyes stinging with dust. Some men whispered that they were lost, that the gods had abandoned them, but Alexander walked among them, sharing their thirst, refusing any privilege they could not also have. And when scouts finally brought word of an oasis, it was not just water that revived them. It was the knowledge that their king had suffered alongside them, that he would not ask of them what he would not endure himself. There were darker moments too, shadows that stretched long across his path. At Gaugamela, the Persian king Darius assembled an army so vast it seemed to cover the earth. Elephants towering like moving fortresses, chariots with scythed wheels designed to slice through flesh. The night before the battle, Alexander's generals urged caution, even retreat. But he sat alone in his tent, studying the enemy's formations, tracing lines in the sand, searching for the one weakness in the seemingly invincible host. When dawn came, he did not hesitate. He led his cavalry in a daring charge straight at Darius himself, breaking the Persian line not with brute force, but with precision, with the unshakable belief that no army, no matter how vast, was without its breaking point. Yet not all obstacles were external. There were times when Alexander's own men, the very soldiers who had followed him to the ends of the earth, grew weary of war. After years of marching, after countless battles, they longed for home, for the familiar hills of Macedon, for wives and children they had not seen in a decade. At the Hyphasis River, they refused to go further. The monsoon rains lashed down, the river swelled, and the men stood their ground, their voices rising in a chorus of exhaustion and defiance. Alexander retreated to his tent and did not emerge for 3 days. Some say he raged, others say he wept. But when he finally stepped out, his face was calm. He had learned, perhaps for the first time, that even a king must bend to the will of his people, that no vision, no matter how grand, could be sustained without the hearts of those who carried it forward. And then there was the wound at Multan, the arrow that pierced his lung, the blood that poured forth as his men carried him from the battlefield. The physicians whispered that he would not survive, that the damage was too great. For days, he hovered between life and death, his breath shallow, his body burning with fever. His soldiers gathered outside his tent, their faces drawn with fear, for they could not imagine a world without him. But Alexander, even in his weakness, would not surrender. Slowly, painfully, he clawed his way back to life, though the injury left him forever changed. It was a reminder, sharp and unignorable, that he was mortal, that no amount of glory could shield him from the fragility of flesh. In the end, the greatest obstacles were not armies or rivers or wounds, but the weight of his own dreams. The empire he built stretched farther than any before it, but it was fragile, held together by the force of his will. The cultures he sought to unite still murmured with old hatreds. The men he called brothers still quarreled over power and privilege. And as he lay dying in Babylon, his body failing him at last, he must have known that the true test of his life's work would come after he was gone, that the world he shaped would have to endure without his hand to guide it. But perhaps that was the final lesson he learned, that no conqueror, no matter how brilliant, could outpace time, that even the mightiest river must one day merge with the sea. And so, in his last moments, he did not speak of undying glory or eternal kingdoms. He simply whispered to the strongest and let go. As we drift toward sleep, we can imagine him there, not as the invincible hero of legend, but as a man who faced doubt, who knew weariness, who carried scars both seen and unseen. His life was not a straight path to triumph, but a winding journey through hardship and perseverance. And in that, he becomes not distant, not untouchable, but profoundly human, a reminder that even the greatest among us must weather storms, must falter, must rise again. And so we close our eyes, carried by the quiet rhythm of his story, knowing that rest, too, is a kind of strength. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the shimmering armor and the weight of his crown, there was another Alexander, one who carried a book with him on every campaign, who wept not just for fallen comrades, but for poetry, who found solace in quiet moments amid the clamor of war. Few remember that before he was a conqueror, he was a student, shaped as much by the whispers of philosophers as by the clash of swords. His tutor, Aristotle, had given him a love for the natural world, and even in the midst of battle, Alexander would pause to examine an unfamiliar plant, to sketch the shape of a rare bird's wing in the margins of his journals. He kept a traveling library, a treasure more precious to him than gold, filled with scrolls of medicine, astronomy, and the myths of distant lands. There was a gentleness to him, too, in unexpected places. He adored animals, not just the mighty warhorse Bucephalus, who carried him across continents, but the strays that followed his camp. Once, during the long march through the Gedrosian desert, a soldier found a starving dog and brought it to Alexander. Instead of dismissing it as a nuisance, he ordered it fed, and the creature became his companion, sleeping at the foot of his tent. Later, when the dog died, he buried it with the same solemnity he would have given a fallen warrior. Music, too, was a quiet passion. He played the lyre with surprising skill, though he rarely performed for others. On still nights, when the armies rested, he would sit by the fire and pluck the strings softly, lost in thought. Some said he sang under his breath old Macedonian lullabies from his childhood, though none dared to listen too closely. It was an intimate thing, this private music, a bridge between the boy he had been and the king he had become. He had a scholar's curiosity about the people he conquered, not just their armies, but their stories. In Egypt, he sat for hours with priests, learning the histories carved into temple walls. In Persia, he adopted elements of their dress, not as a political gesture, but because he admired the craftsmanship of their robes. He once spent an entire evening debating with a captured philosopher, so enthralled by the man's words that he released him unharmed and gave him a gift of rare spices. And then there were his superstitions, small human fears that balanced his grand ambitions. He carried an amulet given to him by his mother, a smooth stone said to ward off evil spirits. Before battles, he would touch it 3 times, a silent ritual no one else understood. He believed in omens, in the flight of birds, in the way the wind shifted before dawn. Once, when a flock of ravens circled his tent, he delayed a march for a full day, waiting for a sign that it was safe to proceed. Even his famed temper had contradictions. He could rage at a general for disobedience, then hours later kneel beside the same man's sickbed, feeding him broth with his own hands. He once executed a close friend in a fit of anger, only to fall into a depression so deep that for days he refused to eat, haunted by what he had done. His emotions were vast, like the empire he built, unpredictable, shifting, impossible to contain. In quieter moments, he was a man who missed home. He kept a small pouch of Macedonian soil with him, a habit he never outgrew. When envoys brought news from Pella, he would listen with the eagerness of a homesick boy, asking after old landmarks, the olive groves he had climbed as a child. He spoke often of his mother, though rarely of his father, as if one memory brought comfort and the other only unease. And then there was his love of water, not just the great rivers he crossed in triumph, but the simple pleasure of bathing. In Persia, he discovered the luxury of heated pools and would linger in them for hours, dictating letters to scribes while steam curled around him. He believed water had healing powers, and in his final days, when fever racked his body, he asked to be carried to the Euphrates, hoping its currents might cool his skin. Perhaps the most surprising thing about him was his capacity for doubt. For all his confidence, there were nights when he lay awake, staring at the canopy of his tent, wondering if he had gone too far, if the world he was stitching together would unravel the moment he turned his back. He once confessed to a trusted advisor that he feared being forgotten, not as a conqueror, but as a man. That beneath the statues and the songs, he worried no one would truly know him, and so we see him not as a figure of marble and myth, but as someone who laughed at bawdy jokes with his soldiers, who fretted over the fit of his armor, who collected oddities from every land he visited: a carved ivory comb from Tyre, a vial of perfume from Babylon, a pressed flower from the Hindu Kush. He carried these small treasures in a cedar box, a private museum of his journey. In the end, even the greatest of lives is made of such moments, the quiet ones, the unrecorded ones, the contradictions that make a person real. As sleep draws near, we can picture him not on a battlefield, but in the soft light of a tent, tracing the lines of a map with a calloused finger, wondering what lay beyond the next mountain. A man who dreamed, who doubted, who carried the weight of the world, but still paused to listen to the song of a nightingale. And in that image, he becomes not just a king, but a companion in the quiet dark, a reminder that even legends were once flesh and blood, with all the fragility and beauty that entails. So let us rest now, wrapped in the quiet truth that no life, no matter how grand, is without its small and tender mysteries. And perhaps, in dreams, we too may wander those ancient roads, not as conquerors, but as fellow travelers, sharing for a moment in the stillness he too must have known. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand the world Alexander the Great was born into, we must first drift back to the soft golden light of the 4th century BCE, when the Mediterranean was a tapestry of city-states and empires, each whispering its own stories into the warm sea breezes. Greece was not yet a unified nation, but a collection of proud polities. Athens, with its philosophers, wandering the olive groves, Sparta, with its disciplined warriors, Thebes rising like a dark horse from the plains. Beyond the Aegean, the vast Persian Empire stretched from the shores of Anatolia to the banks of the Indus, a realm of satraps and scribes, of fire temples and caravan routes winding through deserts older than memory. Alexander's father, Philip of Macedon, was a man who saw the fractures between these Greek city-states and dreamed of binding them together. His court at Pella was a place of innovation, where engineers tinkered with siege engines and diplomats murmured over cups of Thracian wine. It was here, among the scent of pine and the distant clang of blacksmiths perfecting new forms of armor, that the young prince took his first steps. His tutor, Aristotle, taught him to see the world not just as a king might, as territory to be claimed, but as a natural philosopher might, full of curious plants and strange stars waiting to be named. The air of that age was thick with change. In Athens, the last echoes of Pericles' golden age still lingered in the theaters, where tragedies asked unanswerable questions about fate and freedom. Meanwhile, in the East, Persian kings received ambassadors from the farthest reaches of their dominion. Indian mahouts, with tales of monsoon rains, Scythian horsemen, whose tattoos told stories in ink and skin. The world was both vast and intimate, a place where a merchant from Corinth might sip wine in a Babylonian tavern and hear songs sung in a dozen tongues. When Alexander inherited his father's throne at just 20 years old, he stepped onto a stage set by generations. The Greeks had long chafed under Persian dominance, their collective memory still holding the burning of Athens a century and a half earlier. But where others saw vengeance, Alexander saw something more: a chance to weave the threads of East and West into something new. His army, a mosaic of Macedonian pikemen and Thessalian cavalry, became a traveling city, a moving fragment of Greece that carried with it the scent of home olive oil, the resin of shipbuilders, the salt of the Aegean. As his campaign unfolded, the world unfolded with him. The siege of Tyre brought him face to face with Phoenician sailors whose ancestors had circumnavigated Africa. In Egypt, he stood in the shadows of pyramids so ancient that even the priests could not say who built them. And there, in the silence of the desert, he was crowned pharaoh, a living god in the land of the dead. Babylon welcomed him not as a conqueror, but as a successor, its ziggurats humming with the weight of millennia. But it was not just the grand monuments that shaped him. It was the small things, the way the Indus River smelled after the rains, the taste of figs from Damascus, the sound of a lyre played by a Bactrian girl outside his tent. His empire was more than borders on a map. It was the mingling of cultures, the quiet conversations between a Macedonian soldier and a Persian scribe under the lamplight. He married Roxana of Bactria, not just for politics, but for love. And in doing so, he bound his fate to the lands he had crossed. The world was shifting under his feet, though he could not have known it. In China, the warring states period raged on, unaware that a man in a distant land was dreaming of meeting them one day. The Mauryan Empire was stirring in India, its future King Chandragupta perhaps hearing whispers of the fair-haired invader who had turned back at the Bios River. Even Rome, still a modest republic, was beginning its slow ascent, though it would be centuries before it would walk in Alexander's footsteps. And then, as suddenly as a candle snuffed by the wind, he was gone. The fever that took him in Babylon left his empire, stretching from the Adriatic to the Punjab. Without a master, his generals would carve it into pieces, founding dynasties that would last for centuries. But the world he left behind was forever changed. Greek ideas flowed east along the Silk Road. Persian customs drifted west into the Mediterranean. And in Alexandria, the city he founded, scholars from every corner of the known world would gather to argue and dream beneath the great library's shelves. Yet for all the grandeur, it is the quiet moments that linger. The way he might have paused on a hillside to watch the sunset over the Hindu Kush. The way he kept that cedar box of trinkets close, each one a memory of a place and a people he had known. The world was vast, but he carried it with him in small, fragile pieces. And so, as sleep draws near, we can imagine him not as the conqueror, but as the traveler resting by a campfire, listening to the stories of those who had walked roads he had yet to tread. The night is soft around him, the stars the same ones we see now, and for a moment, the weight of empire lifts, leaving only the quiet wonder of a man who loved the world enough to try to make it his own. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Alexander the Great left behind not just an empire, but a world woven together in ways no one could have imagined before his footsteps crossed the continents. His conquests were swift, but the changes they brought unfolded slowly, like a river carving its path through stone, reshaping the land without hurry. The lands he touched, Greece, Egypt, Persia, India, were no longer the same, not because he forced them to change, but because he opened doors between them, allowing ideas and customs to mingle like old friends meeting for the first time. In the years after his death, the Hellenistic world blossomed, a garden of cultures that had once grown separately, but now intertwined. Greek language, art, and philosophy traveled east, carried by traders and scholars along the dusty roads of the Silk Road. Persian silks, Indian spices, and Egyptian perfumes drifted west, filling the markets of Athens and Rome with new colors and scents. The world was no longer a collection of distant kingdoms, but a tapestry, its threads pulled together by the hands of those who followed in Alexander's wake. One of the most lasting marks he left was the city of Alexandria, a jewel by the sea where knowledge flowed as freely as the waters of the Nile. The great library there became a beacon, its shelves heavy with scrolls from every corner of the known world. Mathematicians calculated the Earth's circumference beneath its roof. Poets recited verses in languages once foreign to Greek ears, and physicians debated remedies gathered from the deserts of Persia and the jungles of India. It was a place where no idea was too strange, no question too bold. And though the library itself would one day fade into memory, the spirit of curiosity it embodied never truly vanished. Art, too, was transformed before Alexander. Greek sculpture was rigid, noble, idealized. But as artists traveled east, they saw new ways of capturing life, the delicate drape of Persian robes, the expressive faces of Indian gods, the warm hues of Egyptian paints. The statues that emerged from this blending were softer, more human, as if the stone itself had learned to breathe. Even the portraits of Alexander shifted over time, from the fierce young warrior to a figure bathed in almost divine light, his eyes gazing toward some distant horizon. And then there were the stories. In the markets of Damascus, in the courtyards of Babylon, tales of Alexander spread like whispers on the wind. Some said he had ridden a flying horse to the edge of the world. Others that he had spoken with wise men who lived in caves beneath the mountains. In Persia, he became Iskandar, a figure of legend who walked between the realms of kings and mystics. In medieval Europe, he was the hero of romances, his adventures retold in illuminated manuscripts, his name a symbol of endless curiosity. The real man might have been lost beneath the layers of myth. But in a way, that too was his legacy, proof that history and dreams could weave together into something richer than either alone. Even in places he never reached, his influence drifted like pollen on a breeze. Buddhist art in Gandhara began to show figures with the graceful folds of Greek drapery, their faces serene, yet startlingly lifelike. The coins of distant kingdoms bore his likeness long after his death, a silent reminder of the world he had stitched together. And in the quiet corners of libraries, scholars pored over maps that traced the routes his armies had taken, marveling at how far one man's vision had stretched. But perhaps the most profound change was in the way people saw themselves. Before Alexander, Greeks thought of foreigners as barbarians. Persians saw Greeks as unruly invaders. Egyptians guarded their ancient traditions like sacred relics. After him, the lines blurred. A Greek might study Persian astronomy. A Persian noble might quote Homer. An Egyptian priest might debate philosophy with a scholar from India. The world grew smaller, not because it had been conquered, but because it had been connected. And so, as the centuries passed, Alexander's empire crumbled. His cities faded. His name became legend. But the world he helped shape remained, its borders softer, its people more curious, its stories more intertwined than before. The fire of his ambition had burned bright and quick, but the embers glowed for generations, warming the hands of those who reached for knowledge, for beauty, for understanding beyond the limits of their own horizons. Now, as sleep tugs gently at the edges of your thoughts, you can almost hear the distant murmur of voices in Alexandria's halls, the rustle of papyrus, the quiet scratching of pens. You can see the caravan trails winding through deserts and over mountains, carrying not just silks and spices, but ideas, fragile, precious things that changed the world without a single sword being drawn. And somewhere, beneath the same stars that shine tonight, Alexander himself might be listening to a story from a traveler, his brow furrowed in thought, his fingers tracing the edge of a worn map, dreaming of roads not yet walked, of worlds not yet known. The night is deep, the air is still, and the echoes of his journey linger, soft as a whisper, light as a dream. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There is something quiet and intimate about the smaller moments in Alexander's life, the ones that slip between the grand battles and vast conquests. These stories, like the soft flicker of candlelight, reveal not just the conqueror, but the man curious, passionate, and sometimes surprisingly tender. One such moment unfolded in the foothills of the Hindu Kush, where Alexander and his men rested after a long march. A local shepherd, hesitant but intrigued, approached the camp with a gift, a small clay jar filled with wild honey, golden and thick. Alexander, ever eager to taste the flavors of the lands he passed through, dipped his finger into the honey and smiled. But the shepherd, seeing his delight, warned him through gestures that the bees who made this honey fed on the flowers of a poisonous plant. The sweetness came with a cost. Instead of dismissing the warning, Alexander listened. He gathered his physicians, studied the properties of the honey, and even had his men seek out the mysterious flowers. It was a small moment, but one that showed his endless curiosity. He could have ignored the shepherd, could have dismissed the danger, but instead, he paused, learned, and carried that knowledge forward. Then there was the time he encountered the philosopher Diogenes in Corinth. The story is often told, but the details are softer, slower, when you let them unfold. Alexander, already a king, already a legend, found Diogenes lounging in the sunlight. His home, nothing more than a large clay tub. Most rulers would have passed by with disdain, but Alexander approached and asked if there was anything he could do for the philosopher. Diogenes, without opening his eyes, simply said, "Yes." The courtiers gasped. The soldiers stiffened, but Alexander laughed, not the mocking laugh of a king insulted, but the delighted laugh of a man who recognized wisdom when he heard it. Another quiet tale comes from the banks of the Hydaspes River. After the grueling battle against King Porus, the two warriors had fought fiercely, and when Porus, wounded and proud, was brought before Alexander, he did not bow. He stood tall, bleeding but unbroken. Alexander, moved by his courage, asked how he wished to be treated. "As a king," Porus replied. And so Alexander did. He returned Porus' kingdom to him, even expanding his lands, and the two became allies. It was a moment of mutual respect, a rare pause in the relentless march of war. Years later, when Porus died, Alexander would mourn him deeply, a testament to the bond forged not just by power, but by honor. There were lighter moments too, flashes of humor and humanity. Once, during a feast in Persia, Alexander's closest companion, Hephaestion, teased him about his growing fondness for Persian customs, the flowing robes, the perfumes, the elaborate ceremonies. Alexander, instead of taking offense, playfully grabbed a handful of incense from the table and tossed it into the fire where Hephaestion sat. The room erupted in laughter, the tension melting away. It was a reminder that even in the midst of empire building, there was still room for friendship, for teasing, for the simple joy of shared laughter. And then there was Bucephalus, his beloved horse. The stallion was said to be untamable, a creature of wild spirit and fierce energy. But Alexander, just a boy then, noticed something others did not. The horse was afraid of his own shadow. Gently, patiently, he turned Bucephalus to face the sun, so the shadow fell behind them. Then, with quiet confidence, he mounted. The horse, no longer startled, carried him with perfect grace. From that day forward, they were inseparable. Bucephalus carried Alexander across continents, through battles, over rivers. When the horse finally died old, exhausted, but still loyal, Alexander wept openly. He buried him with honors and founded a city in his name, Bucephala, a tribute to a friend who had never faltered. In Egypt, after his coronation as pharaoh, Alexander did something unexpected. Instead of imposing Greek customs, he sought out the priests of Amun, sitting with them for hours, listening to their stories, learning their rituals. He walked the halls of temples where the air was thick with incense and ancient prayers. And when he emerged, he carried with him a new title, son of Zusammen. It was more than politics. It was reverence, a recognition that wisdom could be found in the quiet places, in the whispers of old gods. Even in his final days, fevered and weak in Babylon, Alexander's thoughts turned not to conquest, but to questions. He asked his generals to leave his bed open, so his soldiers could file past and see him one last time. Some say he handed his ring to Perdiccas, a silent passing of power, a final, fleeting hope that the world he left behind would be ruled not by force alone, but by wisdom. These stories linger in the air like the last notes of a distant song. They remind us that history is not just made in battles and borders, but in quiet conversations, in shared laughter, in the bond between a boy and his horse. The night is deep now, the stars turning slowly overhead, and as sleep draws nearer, these small moments drift like embers in the dark, warm, glowing, alive with the quiet humanity of a man who changed the world. One step at a time, let them carry you now, soft as a sigh, gentle as a dream, as you drift into rest, wrapped in the echoes of a story that began so long ago, and yet still whispers on the wind tonight. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his years, Alexander the Great was no longer the golden-haired youth who had charged across the world with the fire of the gods in his veins. Time and exhaustion had softened the edges of his ambition, leaving behind a man who, though still revered as a king, had begun to see beyond the horizon of conquest. His later years were marked not by the thunder of hooves or the clash of swords, but by the slow, deliberate work of shaping the world he had so swiftly united. After his return from India, where the endless march had finally turned back at the pleading of his weary soldiers. Alexander settled in Babylon, the jewel of his empire. The city hummed with life, its streets filled with voices from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers debating under the shade of palm trees, Persian artisans weaving silk and gold, Egyptian astronomers tracing the paths of stars. Here, Alexander dreamed not of war, but of unity. He married Roxana, a princess of Bactria, and encouraged his generals to take Persian brides, hoping to weave the threads of East and West into something lasting. He adopted elements of Persian dress and custom, not out of submission, but out of respect, a quiet recognition that greatness could be found in many forms. Yet the weight of his achievements was heavy. The empire stretched from the sun-baked deserts of Egypt to the misty valleys of the Hindu Kush, and holding it together required more than charisma and force. Alexander began to plan cities, great centers of learning and trade, where Greek ideas could mingle with the wisdom of older civilizations. Alexandria in Egypt, the most famous of these, would become a beacon of knowledge, its library a vault of human thought, its lighthouse a guiding star for sailors lost at sea. Even in his weariness, Alexander's mind reached forward, planting seeds for a future he would never see. But the years of relentless campaigning had taken their toll. His body, once invincible, now bore the scars of countless battles. The arrow that had pierced his lung in India, the fever that had nearly claimed him in the marshes of Babylon. His closest companions noticed the change. The fire in his eyes dimmed, replaced by moments of quiet reflection. He spoke often of his father, Philip, whose shadow had once driven him to greatness, and of Hephaestion, his dearest friend, whose death had left a hollow space in his heart. In these later years, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror, but a man reckoning with the cost of his dreams. When the fever came, swift and merciless, in the summer of 323 BCE, even his legendary will could not hold it back. The palace in Babylon grew still. The usual bustle of courtiers and soldiers replaced by hushed voices and anxious whispers. His generals gathered, their faces tight with worry, knowing that the fragile peace of the empire rested on the life of one man. And in those final days, as Alexander lay drifting between sleep and waking, his thoughts turned not to the lands he had taken, but to the people he had known, the loyalty of his soldiers, the wisdom of Aristotle, the laughter of friends now gone. When he was gone, the world did not collapse, but it did fracture. The generals who had followed him so faithfully now turned on one another, carving his empire into kingdoms of their own. Ptolemy took Egypt, Seleucus claimed the East, Antigonus ruled in Asia Minor, each one a reflection of Alexander's legacy, yet none able to match his vision. And yet, in the cracks between their rivalries, something remarkable began to grow. The Hellenistic Age, as it would later be called, was a time of blending, Greek art meeting Persian craftsmanship, Macedonian tactics merging with Indian philosophy. Alexander had not just conquered, he had connected, and the threads he had woven would endure long after the battles were forgotten. Centuries later, his name would still echo in the ruins of cities he founded, in the stories told by firesides, in the dreams of those who dared to imagine a world without borders. Roman emperors would emulate him. Medieval kings would invoke his name. And even now, in quiet moments, we still wonder at the man who walked so boldly across the map of history. But perhaps his greatest legacy is not in the lands he took or the kingdoms he built, but in the simple, human truth he came to understand too late, that no empire lasts forever, but the connections between people do, the friendships, the exchanges of ideas, the moments of kindness in a life so often defined by war. These are the things that linger, soft as candlelight, long after the noise of battle has faded. So let the story of Alexander the Great settle around you now, not as a tale of conquest, but as a reminder that even the mightiest of lives are made of small, tender moments. The night is deep, the air is still, and as sleep draws near, imagine the whisper of history, not as a roar, but as a lullaby, gentle and endless, carrying you into dreams as vast as the empire he once ruled. And somewhere, beyond the edges of memory, Alexander still rides, not as a king, but as a man who once dreamed of uniting the world, and in his own way did. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Alexander the Great's footsteps echo softly through time, not as the thunder of marching armies, but as the quiet, persistent ripple of a stone cast into still water. His legacy stretches far beyond the borders of the empire he carved with sword and will, lingering in the way cultures blend, in the way knowledge is shared, in the way leaders and dreamers across centuries have looked to his story for inspiration. The world he shaped did not crumble when he did. Instead, it grew, transformed, and found new life in the hands of those who carried his vision forward. Long after his death, the cities he founded became crucibles of culture and learning. Alexandria, that jewel of the Mediterranean, with its great library and towering lighthouse, was more than just a monument to his name. It was a beacon, a place where scholars gathered from across the known world to study, debate, and preserve the wisdom of ages. The philosophers, scientists, and poets who walked its halls may never have met Alexander, but they breathed the air of a world he helped connect. Euclid laid the foundations of geometry there. Ptolemy mapped the stars. And for centuries, the flame of knowledge burned bright, fueled by the exchange of ideas that Alexander's conquests had made possible. Even as Rome rose to power, the shadow of Alexander stretched across its ambitions. Julius Caesar, it is said, wept before a statue of the Macedonian king, overcome by the thought that at his age, Alexander had already conquered the known world. The Romans, pragmatic and disciplined, nonetheless absorbed the Hellenistic culture Alexander had spread, blending it with their own to create something new. The art, the philosophy, even the very idea of empire all bore traces of his influence, and when Augustus styled himself as the first Roman emperor, he did so with an awareness of Alexander's myth, the way a single man could embody the dreams of a civilization. Centuries later, in the courts of medieval Europe, Alexander's legend took on new forms. The asterisk Alexander Romance asterisk, a collection of tales woven with history and fantasy, traveled from language to language, each retelling adding layers of myth to the man. He became a figure of chivalry, a seeker of wisdom, even a traveler to the edges of the world in search of paradise. These stories, though far from the truth of his life, kept his name alive in the imaginations of kings and commoners alike. Charlemagne, the great Frankish ruler, was said to have admired him, and the scholars of the Renaissance would later turn to Alexander's era as a golden age to be reclaimed. And when Napoleon stood on the banks of the Nile, gazing at the pyramids, he carried with him the ghost of Alexander's ambition. Like the Macedonian king, he saw himself as a bringer of order, a unifier of peoples under a grand vision. His campaigns, his fascination with antiquity, even his eventual downfall, all seemed to mirror the arc of Alexander's own story. History does not repeat itself, but it whispers, and Napoleon, like so many before him, heard the echo in quieter ways too. Alexander's influence lingers, the idea of cultural fusion, of East and West meeting not as conqueror and conquered, but as partners in exchange, took root in his wake. The Hellenistic world was one of syncretism, where Greek thought mingled with Persian, Egyptian, and Indian traditions to create something richer than any single culture could alone. Today, in an age of globalization, we still grapple with the same questions he once faced: how to bridge divides, how to honor difference while seeking common ground. The Silk Road, though it flourished long after his time, was in some ways the fulfillment of his dream, a network not of subjugation, but of connection. Even in the realm of leadership, Alexander's example, flawed, human, yet undeniably magnetic, continues to inspire. Military strategists study his tactics, not just for their brilliance, but for the way he led men who would follow him to the ends of the earth. Business leaders and scholars speak of the Alexander mindset, the willingness to venture into the unknown, to adapt, to learn from every culture encountered. His life reminds us that true influence is not just about power, but about vision, the ability to see beyond the horizon and draw others toward it. And then there are the artists, the poets, the storytellers who have kept his memory alive in softer hues. The Persian poet Ferdowsi wove him into the asterisk, Shahnameh asterisk, not as a villain, but as a complex figure, a man of destiny. The painters of the Renaissance draped him in the colors of their own time, making him a symbol of human potential. Even in modern films and novels, he reappears, always shifting, always elusive, a mirror for whatever a generation most admires or fears in itself. Perhaps most enduring of all is the simple truth that Alexander's life, for all its grandeur, was made of moments any of us might recognize. The friendships, like the one he shared with Hephaestion, so deep that their bond outlived them both. The grief he felt at the death of his horse, Bucephalus, a companion through years of war, the nights under foreign stars, wondering if the journey was worth the cost. These are the parts of his story that feel closest to us, the reminders that even the greatest figures in history were, in the end, only human. So as the night deepens and the world grows quiet, let Alexander's legacy settle around you like a whisper, not as a call to conquest, but as a testament to the way one life can ripple outward, touching countless others across time. The cities may fade, the empires may fall, but the connections, the shared ideas, the borrowed traditions, the stories passed down, these remain. And in that way, perhaps, Alexander's dream of unity was never truly lost. It simply took forms he could never have imagined, unfolding slowly, gently, like the turning of pages in an ancient book, or the quiet drift of thoughts before sleep, somewhere beyond memory, beyond history. He rides still, not as a conqueror, but as a man who once believed the world could be more than the sum of its parts. And in the stillness of this night, that belief lingers, soft as a breath, waiting to be carried into dreams. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Alexander the Great has been told and retold so many times, across so many centuries, that it has taken on the quality of a dream, shifting, shimmering, sometimes fading at the edges where memory blurs into myth, somewhere between the cold precision of historical record and the warm glow of legend. The truth of his life has been softened, sharpened, simplified in ways that make it easier to grasp, but harder to truly know. And so, as the night settles around us, let us gently unravel some of these misunderstandings, not to correct or chastise, but simply to restore a little of the texture, the quiet complexity that makes his story all the more human. One of the most persistent myths is that Alexander was a lone genius, a solitary figure whose brilliance burned so brightly that it needed no fuel but his own ambition. But this ignores the web of relationships that shaped him, the teachers and friends and rivals who walked beside him. His father, Philip of Macedon, was not just a stepping stone to Alexander's greatness, but a formidable king in his own right, a man who reshaped the Macedonian army into a force that Alexander would later wield like a sculptor's chisel. His tutor, Aristotle, did not merely fill his mind with knowledge, but taught him to question, to observe, to see the world as something that could be studied, understood, and perhaps even remade. And then there was Hephaestion, his closest companion, whose presence was so intertwined with Alexander's own that their friendship became a kind of anchor, a reminder that even the most ambitious souls need someone who understands them without explanation. Another simplification is the idea that Alexander's conquests were driven purely by a hunger for glory, a desire to see his name etched into the annals of history. But the truth is more layered, more fragile. He was raised on stories of heroes, Achilles, Heracles, men who sought not just victory, but immortality. And so his campaigns were as much about proving himself worthy of those legends as they were about power. There were moments, too, when he seemed to genuinely believe in the unity of the peoples he conquered, in the possibility of a world where Greeks and Persians, Macedonians and Egyptians could blur the lines between them. He married Roxana, a Bactrian princess, and encouraged his soldiers to take Persian wives, not just as political gestures, but as steps toward a shared future. Of course, this vision was flawed, imperfect, often imposed by the sword rather than embraced by choice. But it was there, flickering like a candle in the wind, a dream that was as much a part of him as his famous temper or his relentless drive. Then there is the myth of the invincible Alexander, the man who never lost a battle, whose strategies were so flawless that defeat was unthinkable. But this overlooks the toll of his campaigns, the exhaustion of his men, the mutinies that simmered as they marched ever farther into the unknown. At the Hyphasis River, his army refused to go on, their bodies and spirits worn thin by years of fighting. Alexander, who had always led from the front, who had shared their hardships, was forced to turn back, not by an enemy, but by the limits of human endurance. It was a quiet defeat, one that doesn't fit neatly into the legend of the unconquerable general, but it speaks volumes about the reality of his wars. Even his famous horse, Bucephalus, was not some mythical beast, but a living creature who grew old and died, leaving Alexander to mourn him as any of us might mourn a beloved companion. Perhaps the most romanticized aspect of his story is his death, the idea that he was struck down in his prime, a fiery comet extinguished too soon. But the truth is murkier, slower, less dramatic. He did not fall on the battlefield, but succumbed to illness, possibly malaria or typhoid, after days of fever in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon. There were whispers of poison, of plots, but the likelier explanation is simpler, quieter. His body, pushed to its limits by years of campaigning, finally gave way. And in those final days, as his generals crowded around his bed, the question of what would happen next loomed larger than any of his conquests. The empire he had built was held together by the force of his will, and without him, it would fracture like a clay vessel dropped on stone. Even the way we remember his appearance has been shaped by myth. The clean-cut, golden-haired Alexander of Hollywood films is far removed from the descriptions left by those who knew him. He was said to have a slight frame, a tendency to tilt his head as if listening to some distant sound, and eyes of different colors, one dark, one light. These small details, so easily lost in the grand sweep of his story, remind us that he was not a statue or a painting, but a living man, with quirks and imperfections that made him real. And so, as the night deepens and the weight of these thoughts begins to blur at the edges, let us hold onto the Alexander who was neither holy hero nor tyrant, neither flawless conqueror nor doomed dreamer, but something more complicated, more fragile, more human, the man who wept at the tomb of Achilles, who carried a copy of the Iliad with him on campaign, who could be ruthless and generous in the same breath. The man who, for all his ambition, still lay awake under foreign skies, wondering if the cost of his dreams was too high. The myths will always be with us, as they have been for centuries. They are the stories we tell to make sense of greatness, to simplify what is too vast to hold in our hands all at once. But beneath them, if we listen closely, we can still hear the whisper of the real Alexander, not the legend, but the man. And in the quiet of this night, that whisper is enough. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as the stars drift lazily across the night sky. Let us take one last quiet moment to reflect on the life of Alexander the Great, not as a distant figure carved in marble, but as a man whose breath once stirred the air, whose footsteps once pressed into the earth, whose dreams stretched farther than the horizons of his time. His story is not one of simple victories or defeats, but of a life lived with such intensity that its echoes still reach us, soft and murmuring, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. Alexander was only 32 when he died, yet in those few years, he reshaped the world. From the sun-baked hills of Macedonia to the lush banks of the Indus, he marched, not merely as a conqueror, but as a man who believed in something greater than borders. He dreamed of uniting East and West, of blending cultures as effortlessly as sunlight blends with shadow. His cities, like Alexandria in Egypt, became beacons of knowledge and trade, places where Greek philosophy met Persian artistry, where the seeds of the future were sown in the rich soil of the past. Even now, when we walk through the remnants of those ancient streets, we tread the pathways of his vision. But what does it mean to be great? Is it measured in miles crossed, battles won, kingdoms claimed, or is it found in the quieter moments, the way Alexander knelt at the tomb of Achilles, not as a king, but as a young man humbled by legend? The way he wept when his beloved horse Bucephalus fell, or the way he sat for hours in debate with philosophers, his mind restless, always searching. Perhaps greatness is not a single thing, but a mosaic of light and shadow, ambition and doubt, triumph and loss. His legacy is woven into the fabric of history, threads of his influence stretching across centuries. The Hellenistic world he helped create became a bridge between civilizations, spreading ideas that would shape Rome, inspire the Renaissance, and ripple outward into the modern age. The stories of his exploits have been told and retold, each retelling adding new layers, new interpretations. Some see him as a visionary, others as a tyrant, some as a brilliant strategist, others as a man consumed by his own hunger for more. And perhaps all these versions hold a grain of truth, for no life can be neatly contained in a single story. Even today, his name lingers, not just in history books, but in the quiet way we still reach for something beyond ourselves when we stand at the edge of an unknown path, hesitating before taking the first step. We touch the same uncertainty Alexander must have felt when we dream of what could be, when we push against the limits of what seems possible. We walk in the footsteps of a man who refused to believe the world could not be changed. And yet, for all his grandeur, Alexander was mortal. He bled, he tired, he doubted. In the stillness of night, beneath unfamiliar constellations, he must have wondered if it was all worth it, the bloodshed, the distance from home, the weight of a crown that never quite fit. These are the moments that remind us of his humanity, the fragile, fleeting part of him that is easiest to overlook in the glare of his legend. The night grows deeper now, the air softer, the edges of thought blurring like ink spreading in water. Let us leave Alexander here, not on a battlefield or a throne, but as he might have been in a rare moment of stillness, gazing at the stars, listening to the distant murmur of a campfire, feeling the weight of the world and the lightness of dreams. The myths will continue to rise and fall like tides, but beneath them all, the man remains quiet, real, and achingly human. So as you drift toward sleep, let the stories settle around you like a well-worn blanket. Let the rise and fall of your breath carry you back through time, not to conquer kingdoms, but to simply remember, to honor the fleeting, fragile beauty of a life that burned bright and brief, like a candle in the wind. Close your eyes now and let the whispers of history lull you into rest. The night is gentle, the world is quiet, and somewhere beyond the reach of time, Alexander too is sleeping, his dreams no longer of conquest, but of peace.